Tell you in a minute.
Good evening, everyone. It is 6:07 p.m. on Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. I am Brian Layton, the chair of the school committee. I am calling the school committee meeting to order. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being broadcast live over the Lunenburg Public Access Channel and on the Lunenburg Public Access Facebook page, and will be found on the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel within 24 hours after the meeting. The agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could please rise. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is public comment. We'll open public comment up for people of the public. You can come up to the mic if you're in person. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand or your virtual hand. All right. Seeing none, I'll open up to public comment from the committee.
Yeah, I'll make a comment.
Mr. Beardmore?
Since our last school committee meeting, there's been a lot of commentary about the roles of the school committee and the finance committee and our ability or lack thereof to work together. And I come at this from the position of somebody who, about 6 years ago, had some issues with the school department budget and was encouraged by a finance committee chair to volunteer for the finance committee. And I served on the finance committee for 3 years, my last year there as chairperson, and I learned an awful lot during that 3-year period. One of the things that I recommended immediately when joining that board was that the finance committee entertain department heads throughout the time period prior to what we know as budget season to get out on the table issues that we thought as finance committee members would be pertinent when looking at the budget in the coming year, to give the department heads opportunities to prepare for what we were looking for. And it also gave the department heads opportunities to let the finance committee know well in advance of things that might be coming down the pike that might be out of the ordinary. And we did that for each of the 3 years that I was on the finance committee, and I think it served us pretty well. Also during that time, I served as the finance committee liaison to the school committee. And during that 3-year period, with the exception of a very brief period at the end of my last year as chair, I was the liaison. I attended or watched every school committee meeting for 3 years. I think that we've lost our way a little bit when it comes to sharing information and setting expectations between these two particular boards. And I would encourage the Finance Committee to reestablish the position of Finance Committee liaison and to ensure that whoever that representative is very active, as I was during that period of time. Secondly, there are clear delineations of roles and responsibilities between the Finance Committee and the school committee. And I came to realize during my 3rd year on the Finance Committee that I was taking a greater interest in the school department budget and school department operations than I was the broader town. And when the opportunity came around and there was a vacancy on the school committee, I volunteered. I think that I have some serious concerns in particular about what occurred at last week's Finance Committee meeting, the way it occurred, the presentation that was given outside of the agenda. And I'm not looking to make a big thing about it, but I do think that it's worth calling out, and it's worth ensuring that there are clear lanes between the school committee and the finance committee, because right now, I'm concerned that those lanes have been blurred by certain members of the finance committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brzezowski?
Yeah, I think we need to talk about it, but I'll save that for when we get to the level service budget, I think,
Yeah,
where
that's fine.
is appropriate on the agenda.
I think so.
We started at 6. I didn't know either. Okay. That's it.
We're just doing public comment, if you're interested in public comment.
You want me to delay?
No, we're good.
Cory Booker it?
Any public comment, Mr. Scolambrini?
No.
Okay. All right, moving on. Next item is the chair's report. I'm going to start off by introducing our new facilities director and inviting him up to the microphone if you'd like to say a few words. Mr. Chris Stevens.
Thank you for having me. It's nice to meet all of you and everybody here. Thank you for the opportunity to be your facilities director. I came from Fitchburg and doing the same basic stuff over there, so I've seen all the same kind of issues you guys are having. I was there for 13 years, so I'm no spring chicken to it. So we'll try to get it done and try to save you guys as much money as humanly possible. That's basically the plan. You know, if we can do it in-house, we're going to do it in-house. So,
Any questions from the committee?
Welcome, glad to have you here.
thank you much. Appreciate it.
Looking forward to getting to know you a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Anyway,
Thank you, Mr.
that's
Stevens.
all.
Thank
a lot.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
All right, for the rest of my chair's report, I did attend the STEM night at Turkey Hill. It was a great success. It was packed and so many activities for the kids. It was great seeing so many kids there. The parking was a little tough, but I think that's a good sign too, that we had a good crowd and a lot of parents, a lot of kids, and a lot of staff. So thank you to the staff as well for putting on a great STEM night. The select board last night voted not to put the override article on the ballot. The town manager also mentioned that Margaret Scarsdale was looking at earmarks, and she had her sights on hopefully trying to get an earmark for the security upgrades for the schools. Also, Margaret Scarsdale also, Representative Scarsdale also reached out about the April 8th meeting for the Ways and Means, where people can either email or attend with a written statement. So we can get that information out later for the citizens if they're interested. But I know there's been a lot of community outreach on Facebook too, recommending people write letters, write emails to try to support getting additional state funding. I think I can actually read off some of that too tonight, just for people who want to get it from us now.
Are you going to that?
So the hearing is April 8th at the State House. If you'd like to sign up for testimony and submit written testimony, you would sign up with the House Chair. I'm going to spell it out. So the email address is aaronmichletz@mahouse.gov. And the Senator Chair is Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-S, @masenate.gov. If you're Even if your testimony is in person, you should submit written as well. The hearing is going to be hybrid, virtual, and in-person component. It's a public hearing, meaning people can testify or whatever subject they are interested in across any of the secretariats. In other words, it's not just education or school funding hearings. Even if you're testifying in person, you should also send in written testimony to the House and Senate chairs of Ways and Means. The testimony will be 2 to 3 minutes in length, planned for both options. You'll be told at the beginning of the hearing how long you have, and you have to time your remarks. You'll be cut off at the end of each of that time, so don't plan on going over. There'll be no agenda that tells you where you fall for the testimony, so be prepared to wait. So that was information given to us by Representative Scarsdale. Additionally, the club reached out to see if the school committee was interested in participating in Are You Smarter Than Our Sixth Graders? So they're looking for 3 to 4 players. So I wanted to see if there was interest with the school committee, if we wanted to put a team together.
I am not smarter than a sixth grader, but I will do it.
Okay.
Our sixth graders are
So I think
really,
we have at least 3.
I'm not going to be available that evening, but
All right.
I can vouch it's a good time. We did it a couple years ago. It was a
All
good
right.
time.
Yeah, so I did, I'll jump in, so there's 3, and then I'll see if Carol wants to, and like they said, 3 or 4, so I think it'll be good. If we have to, we'll,
can we bring in another?
yeah, we'll have to
teacher?
bring in like
Can
a
we-
ringer,
Yeah, a ringer.
like, yeah.
Yeah, we need a
Maybe
ringer,
the
like-
superintendent is a ringer, we'll see. All right, so we'll organize that, and I'll let them know. So that was all I had. Next item on the agenda is the student representatives report. Do you have a student representative online, on Zoom?
She might,
We do not.
can we
So.
stick her in? She might have thought it was 6:30.
Yeah, we can adjust the agenda if she comes later. Next is to review and approve minutes, regular session, February 5th, 2025. Should have those in your folder. Any questions or comments on those? Were there any corrections sent?
They were not.
School committees, 10 minutes.
All right, I'll look for a motion then.
I move to accept the, the minutes for the February 5th meeting of the school committee.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is to review and approve line item transfers, warrants, and donations. So we have warrants from March 17th, 2025 to March 26th, 2025, totaling $345,886.14. And I don't think we have any line item transfers?
We
or
do not.
donations. All right, next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. I would also like to give a shout out to the staff that pulled together an amazing STEAM night because we included the arts this time around. It was awesome to see such a great turnout. So thanks to all the families for attending, the kids for working on some active learning with their parents and in session with them. So that was really fun. Just a heads up on registration windows that are opening April 8th. The Extended Day Summer Program registration will open May 1st. Our school year 2025-26 Extended Day Before and After School Program registration window will open. And on May 15th, our Early Learning Center registration window will open. It is that time of year again. We will be sending out the transportation forms that will need to be completed by all, but we're actually holding that until this committee has a chance to discuss the bus fee policy this evening. But we will be sending those out hopefully by the end of the week. I also wanted to mention that a conversation I had with Rep. Kushmerek, he indicated that he would be seeking to secure some funding for mental health in the state budget for '26. That may end up benefiting Lunenburg, so we'll keep an eye out for that as well. Relative to the central office move from TCP to Turkey Hill, we have been down to the building. We're starting to map out the layout of the different office spaces. And just so that you're all aware, I'll be reaching out to Bill Bernard, the Director of DPW, to come on down and see about sort of pushing back some sod turf so that we could have a gravel parking area, because there are going to be more staff over there, and there's not enough staff parking as it is. So
Do you have, like, plans, like written maps or plans of,
I have a map of the classrooms that are,
Yeah, I
like
haven't
the floor plan of the school, but not a map out of where specific desks are going to go or anything like that.
okay,
But we do know the location, the room locations that we're going to go to.
okay.
So we're going to be in the rooms, if you're familiar with where the art room is.
Yep, yeah. I
So
got
we'll
one.
be in those rooms at that end of the corridor, on the first floor.
I meant where the parking and entrance.
The only place that we're going to, I think, be able to add any parking would be between the school and the garage that's there, where you see the work trucks are parked on the side of the building. If we have some gravel parking there, the trucks can actually pull back behind there. Staff for central office can pull onto the gravel lot, and we can map out some visitor parking where the maintenance trucks are typically parked right now. There is already a walk that goes to a door that comes right there into the stairwell, right at that area where the art room is.
Okay.
So that would be the new entrance for central office, so that we're not disturbing.
Will it have a buzzer on it like
Yep.
Passios?
Yep, and we'll have to create a sign that's visible enough that we would post, probably, I'm thinking, on the end of the Turkey Hill building, at the end of the sidewalk, so that as you're pulling onto the property, you'll see it, and there'd be an arrow that would direct you to central office in the back.
Okay.
But now we have our new facility director on board, so now we can get down to mapping out some real detailed plans. But I just wanted to let you know that I'll be reaching out, because we will need some additional parking. I also wanted to let you know that the student activity fee input, that is still ongoing. There were 2 sessions available for parents to participate and give feedback relative to a restructure of the student activity fee. There were a handful of staff that also attended those sessions, and at this point, we're waiting to take this to the School Advisory Council, and I believe that is on April 17th. So we'll hopefully be back with some additional information for your consideration, and hopefully a vote for the May 5th meeting.
Is that in person or over Zoom?
Which one? The school committee meeting?
No, the one.
The school advisory council meeting?
Yeah.
They're in person.
Do you do hybrid, or are they all in person?
They're all in person.
Okay.
Let's see. Lastly, a few upcoming dates. Our next school committee meeting will be April 16th at 6:30. That will be hybrid from the middle high school. The next regularly scheduled meeting would be May 7th, and that's 6:30 hybrid from Town Hall. And a reminder for all that April 21st, all schools and offices are closed for Patriots' Day, and that is also the week of school vacation. So schools will be closed the week of April 21st. And I think that's all the updates I have for you.
What questions or comments do the committee members have?
Just a quick comment. The STEAM night was awesome. I went, it was total pandemonium. I don't think I've ever seen that many people in the school before.
That's the best turnout we've had for a STEM night.
Yeah, and some of the things that the kids were working on, like I know it was something that that PTO had approved. It was like a maker kit.
Yep.
And it was really fascinating. It kind of looked like they were pulling apart the Starship Enterprise. But it was really well attended, and everybody had a lot of fun.
Science is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Art's good too, math all right, but science is really pretty awesome.
There were
I'm a little partial. I was a
Yeah.
science teacher.
There were so many people there. It was great, because I remember the first one, like, there's been progressively more people every year, and this one, we walked in, and I sent you a picture, like, you would not
Yes.
believe the number of people in this room right now.
That was
Like,
the best turnout ever.
the
It was
amount of
awesome.
kids running around having a good time, and they learned a lot, too.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
Perfect. Now we can
All right.
segue to the.
I will look for a motion to take the student representatives report.
I'll motion that we'll take the student representatives report.
I will second because I was also late.
We moved it to 6, but none of us read it.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Do you need
All
a
right.
second?
No.
We are ready for the student representatives report when you are ready. Thank you.
Thank you. For the primary school, there's a spring book fair, April 7th through the 11th, and the students started taking MCAS throughout the district. At Turkey Hill, there's a Project 361 clothing drive through March 31st to April 11th, so there's donation boxes throughout the schools for that. And then they had their MCAS testing. And then for the middle high school, we just started our spring sports, so that's good. A lot of first games this week. The skate park is running an art fundraiser. Students can paint a deck of a skateboard, and it'll be like auctioned off. There's a Greece trip for April 2026. Registration is now open for that. And the 8th grade is getting ready to go on their DC trip in a couple weeks. NHS is still offering peer tutoring every Tuesday. And student government elections for next year will take place in a couple of weeks. That's all we have.
Thank you. I did want to add, too, that since we are going through a superintendent search, too, we want to involve all the stakeholders, so there is going to be a part for you to play as the student representative, too. So we'll update you on that as we get more information.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is presentation. We do not have one for tonight. Next item is old business class funds request.
So we're cleaning out the last of the class funds that have to be closed out. And this evening, we have representatives from the class of 2015. And so I'll invite Emily Holman and Rachel Kersey to speak and request their class funds.
Hi, I'm here on Zoom.
Hello.
Yep, we were just looking to request to have our class funds so we can start planning the class reunion.
Any questions or comments from the committee?
Do they need help announcing where it is or getting their class?
They're all set up and ready to receive the funds, so they've done everything that they need to do. They just
Okay.
need to formally have the approval of the school committee.
So this is the class of 2015.
Okay, so what does the motion need to be? I motion to release the class funds for the class of 2015.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Additionally, we have confirmed from the class of 2010 and the class of 2003 that they would like for their remaining funds to be put towards scholarships. We had talked about that before, creating a line within that account that monies could be rolled into and utilized to support students that may need a little bit of extra help. So the class of 2010, the remaining amount is $5,135.16, and the class of 2003, $19.33.
Do you need a motion to transfer that?
Yes.
And this is going to what account? Is it just called a scholarship account?
We would create, I don't know what else to call it, right? It's not to award a scholarship at graduation time. It's more about scholarships to help offset costs for different field trips or things like that with students.
Previously, right?
Yes.
What
Yes.
account do we put that money into?
It's all within the student activities account. It's
Okay.
just that there's a line within that account. Right now, that's a line for the class of 20,
2007.
right?
That's 2007.
So there would be a new sub-line within that account, and we would just move the money.
And it would become dispersable.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah.
would be good to change the name. That way, there's not people
Open
coming back.
to a suggestion on what else to call that line.
Reclassify it to
Class
scholarship?
donation,
Yeah, donations line or something?
class donation fund?
Again?
Something like that?
Yep.
All right. And this was the class of 2010?
10 and 03.
So I move to reclassify the remaining funds from the classes of 2003 and 2010 to be designated donations in the student activity account.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain?
And
Motion
lastly,
passes.
in order to bring us current, there's one other class, the class of 2007, after multiple attempts over more than a year and a half, 2 years, I think. We have had no contact. So to be compliant with the policy and close this inactive account out, we would also suggest that the school committee move that money to that same donations line. The amount $740.66.
And just to verify, we did try reaching out a lot.
We had newspaper advertisements, we searched for contacts and reached out, and they did not get back to us with a plan, so.
Okay. I asked because I want to assure people watching that
Yep.
we did try.
Yeah, we've tried for about 2 years' time, more than 2 years, I
We were
think.
largely successful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember the original list was,
Yep,
there were a lot
very
of
long.
contacted classes. So I think one is,
Yep. And then the only remaining classes with monies in their accounts would be the class of 2023 and 2024. And per policy, there's a 2-year window. So technically, by the end of this school year, if the class of 2023 does not step forward to request their money, then by policy, it would be up to the school committee how to reallocate those monies.
Okay.
So we are still pushing with the advisors on those 2 classes to bring some resolution on those. But there is still a little bit of time.
I move to reclassify the funds currently designated as class of 2007 funds to donations in the student activity account.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? The motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think
Yes.
that we have a few people who may have wanted to do public comment, and we're not aware that we had changed the meeting time to start at 6. Could we do another public comment so people don't have to wait till the end of the meeting?
If the committee desires, yeah, I think we just need a motion.
Can I motion that we reopen public comment at 6:30 when the meeting was originally started? I hadn't even looked at the agenda and realized it started at 6.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. We will open it up to public comment again, if anybody is interested in public comment.
Just wanted to check.
Yep, just come up to the mic. Yep. Just state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Jim Broden, 24 Autumn Road. So I wanted to know if there was any meeting notes or anything from, as far as the ski team?
It's on the agenda for tonight.
It is. So we'll have an opportunity to have a public comment after we hear that?
So there could be an action taken during the meeting without the public input. So if you have public input, I would recommend now would be your time for public input.
Are you, at this point, are you looking to keep the ski team?
That is going to be the discussion, right?
So it seems like I would want to wait to see what you think first.
Oh, if there's anything that you'd want to share to
Mr. Chair,
aid in our decision?
Could I offer?
Mr. Beardmore, yeah, you can definitely offer, yeah.
the school committee has the following memo in its folder. Ski team co-op plan for 25-26. The total cost of the ski program will be divided equally on a per-student athlete basis. A bill will be sent to each member school of the co-op for the amount of the represented student athletes. Lunenburg will collect the athletic fee from our own student athletes. You now have the information we have.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the way it used to be. Good.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the public? All right, seeing none, we will continue on with the agenda. The next item on the agenda is spring athletics report.
You have a report providing numbers of students participating in all of our spring sports.
What questions or comments do the committee members have?
Can I,
Yes, Ms. Brzezowski?
what are these numbers based on? Are they based on enrollment at probably the beginning of the season, because the spring season isn't over?
Right, we just started the spring season, and the students have been assigned to teams after tryouts.
I'm looking at the 2024 numbers. What were the 2024 numbers based on? Enrollment at the beginning of the season? or
Yes. Yep.
Because these numbers are not the same numbers as the spreadsheet we provided the meeting where we discussed sports numbers. They're slightly different. Like for example, softball, we had 39 participants, and this lists 30, and that changes the math a little.
I'd invite the AD to come up and explain.
It doesn't change it a lot, but that does change the math.
Sorry, I was talking there, so what was the question?
Why are the numbers of student participants different than the numbers you provided a few weeks ago?
Because we were working off of last year's numbers.
Yeah, then
We
the
just had
20
tryouts.
So, for example, softball, total number of participants, 2024, 30. But the numbers I have that you gave me for softball participants for 2024, that you gave me a few weeks ago,
The participation list that you have right now is because we just had tryouts on St. Patrick's Day, so that is this year's participants. We wouldn't have
okay,
had
this
those numbers.
also lists 2024 participants. This says 38 for 2025, and then it says 30 for 2024.
Okay. The one that I just provided right now, I must have not changed it to 2025 at the top, I guess. If I had just provided that, then that is the number.
No, I know, it also says spring 2024 participation at the top. I know.
Oh, okay.
That's-
I got
just
the
figured-
past years is what you're talking about, right? Yes, okay. Now I'm on the
Because-
same page.
So what the
Because if you
question
go
is, the data that was provided when we were talking about athletics in the context of the budget,
Yep,
she's saying that the number that was provided for participation in softball for FY '24,
yep.
with that information, is not matching the number that's listed for 2024 in this.
Okay,
Yep.
so there is a possibility, I don't know off the top of my head, but there is a possibility that those are the numbers on the day of tryouts. And then there's different numbers as the season progresses. Are you, what numbers are you
Can I
talking?
answer
you
that?
have-
This spreadsheet, the athletic cost spreadsheet,
Yep, what number do you have for? softball?
39.
Chime in.
The secretary for the athletic department is asking if she can respond to your question.
Yes.
Yes, please, thank you.
If you look at that It's because we have 8 middle school specific
Okay.
athletes for softball. So on the spreadsheets, there's 31 girls that are varsity and JV, and there are 8 middle school, so there are still 39 athletes.
Nope, because this softball lists grades 6, 7, and 8, and in the total, 1 + 5 + 4 + 5 + 5 + 7 + 3.
I'm not sure, so I'm not
We have to
100% sure
resolve this right
what you have, but that we did have 39. 8 of them are middle school, 31 were high school. The middle schoolers they pay 200, the high schools, they pay 250, so that's why it was separated out.
Okay, we'll have to resolve this later.
Yeah, I think if we can send them the info and get feedback for all the members, that would be
I just-
appreciated.
When we're doing the budget, we need accurate,
I would love, yeah.
okay.
What are the questions or comments that the
Well-
committee members have?
I would also just say that when we did the spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet that you sent, it said softball, and since then, when I was going through it, I just separated it to actually make it a little bit more accurate, because we did have 8 girls that were specific only to softball, only to middle school, where the other girls were JV and varsity.
Okay. Oh,
And we also don't have, I don't know what file we're looking, the second file you're looking at too, so that would be helpful too to,
that was.
Laura,
that's
if you
the one-
can-
That's the one called athletics costs.
is that a different folder?
Yep, that was from, oh, boy. Go back to draft.
Just so we can be able to compare the 2 files, that would be good.
It was shared at the budget meeting where we discussed the ski clubs, so that was,
The 12th?
yeah, March 12th.
March 12th, okay. All right, and then we can compare those files and try to get some clarity on that.
But I think that the JV versus middle school. Okay.
All right, any other questions on the spring participation or comments?
I would just want to point out, again, sort of a continuation of the budget discussion we had a few weeks ago. The middle school track and field program has 48 students enrolled in it.
That's pretty good.
And net cost to us is less than $7,000 for that.
Do that again.
Yeah, I think I would add too, during that meeting too, I had discussed in a prior meeting too, that a lot of our other districts, surrounding districts and mid-Wachusett districts have those middle school track and field teams. So we want to be competitive. Even the smaller schools are going to have those teams. And again, if we don't offer the same level of service that their other towns are, kids are going to go to other towns to play those sports.
And it gets them in the rhythm of doing the sports by the time they get to high school, which just sets everybody up
Yeah.
for success in high school.
I think we're going to more likely have championship caliber athletes who are like potentially, top 2 in the state in shot put and things like that. So it's good.
And, yeah, you also almost doubled the number of kids doing middle school track and field between
Yeah,
last year and this year, almost doubled.
And it ebbs and flows, right, I think our high school track numbers are a little bit down this year, but that's a representation of a middle school team that might have been thin, 2 years ago, and those kids come through. So now if we're looking at 48 middle school track, that bodes well for the future of that program.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the LHS ski team.
This is back because the committee tabled this at a previous meeting, pending a plan for modifying the approach. So you have a summary of the modified approach. So that's why it's back before you.
Did the other schools officially approve this plan?
Yeah, I would say Leominster, Narragansett jumped right on it. I think Littleton tried to offer some other, alternatives to doing it, which basically put the onus back on us. And, at the end of the day, it's our program. So that's the way I approached it. Like, we can do what we want to do, and if they want to find somewhere else to go, then that's what they're going to have to do. But I would say overall, it was not a contentious thing at all.
So just to be clear, what was the position of Littleton? Are they now on board?
They did not say no, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, and Leominster knows, they do the same thing with us with girls hockey.
Sure.
So they responded right away, yep, we get it, we understand, type of thing.
How many,
Go ahead. So when you say they did not say no, that is different than them saying yes. So if they were to change their mind, what happens? Can we still run the ski program
Yes.
without them?
We could.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if coach will be happy, but we could.
how many students do we have from Littleton? Is it a significant number?
You know off the top of your head?
We lost 7 seniors this year, not just from Littleton, but 4 of them from Littleton. So next year, unless there are freshmen coming in, which hopefully there will be, there are right now 2.
Do you want to come up to the mic?
Like,
That'd be great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Other people,
Yeah, it's
Can't
good for
hear
the
you when
community to hear it.
other people can't hear you at all, and it sounds like we're just yelling at an empty room.
my name's Jay Conroy. I have been involved in the ski team since, geez, it's at least 11 years. So I've taken over as coach about 5 years ago. And what you were asking as far as the Littleton involvement, with the students we graduated this year and not knowing how many are coming in to high school next year, we have 2 Littleton students that will be on the team next year.
Okay. So we won't fall apart without it. Kevin, do you have a breakdown of,
Yeah, so I was just going to say, we do have the numbers from this year. So it cost us $12,984
that's more than,
last year.
last year it cost us how much?
I think it was like 11,
Yeah, It's
those
more than we
numbers,
projected.
Yeah. So if we're talking about per student athlete, it would cost $683 per ski team member. So my suggestion obviously is divide, take that per student, send the bill out to the school. If they have 5 times 683 times 5, that goes to whatever school the 5 student athletes come from. On our end, 683 minus 250, well, next year it's 325 if that passed. That's what we're looking at covering the cost. So we would cover 358 per one of our student athletes.
So, so a follow-up to that. Does the athletic fee cover all sports? Like if a football player plays football and pays a fee, is that fee covering the
I'd
entire
have to-
cost of the sport?
It
Yeah.
definitely doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think-
I was looking, it was a rhetorical question.
And that's
It
the
was
thing,
more of,
our fee does not, I don't know if at one point in time when, Lunenburg started athletics or any school started athletics, that was the idea for a user fee to cover everything, but it does not.
and I want the public to know that
Yeah, and
these
it-
fees and the other sports are not covering the
No.
entire cost of
So
the
I
sport.
think that might have been the mentality, and the more that we look at things and dig into stuff, and I'm saying, how does this work off of just this? It's not going to, it's not realistic.
Yeah. Thank you. Other questions, comments from the committee?
I think this is a much more reasonable, affordable proposal. I can,
So if I could say something,
Get behind it.
Yes.
how much it's going to cost for the ski team is based on how many students we have participating. We get a bill from Neshoba based on the number of lift tickets that we've had to buy because we race over at Neshoba. It also is how much it costs per student for race day. So that number fluctuates based on if we have 6 kids, it's not going to be $12,000. We don't need a minimum number of students to participate for the ski team.
That's a good-
A full ski team that races is 6 varsity and 6 JV. So that's the most we race when it comes to racing over at Neshoba. But we also get charged at Wachusett because we practice over at Wachusett. The kids have to buy their own season pass to Wachusett. They provide their own equipment. We do have money that we have raised in order to cover what we have our ski bibs, which we spent $600 on this year, but that is money that we did not charge the school. This is money that we have in an account that we have for any necessary, like uniforms or anything like that, or for our banquet. We have money in an account that we're self-funded, and we don't charge the school for any equipment, any ski passes, or any uniforms.
And is that's a booster
Yes.
club? Okay.
What are the questions or comments that the committee members have?
Thanks for doing the work. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I also wanted to say thanks to you and Jim for coaching. This is great. I think this is one of the things that makes Lunenburg fantastic, is that people step up and volunteer to do things like this.
Jim started this 25 years ago? 19 years ago. Because he had 3 kids, his youngest being in 1st grade. So he said, how does 12 years sound? My daughter was in 8th grade. Well, she's now 24, so 8th grade 11 years ago, and I volunteered. Learned a lot from Jim. When Jim's son graduated, I ended up taking over the program, and we just started getting a stipend from it 3 years ago. But before that, it was all volunteer.
Thank you so much, Jim and Jay. This is a great opportunity for our students, and it's and Kevin, thank you for putting in the work to make sure we can support this.
Thank you.
So do we need to switch around the budget, or should we?
Nope.
Nope,
Okay.
because we
We already have an approved budget,
moved the money from a different line.
but we do need a
We-
motion tonight, I think.
We had done the bus money,
Yeah.
so do we have to,
We could do line item transfers later.
okay.
I'd make a motion to approve the plan for the co-op ski team as discussed.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is Facilities and Grounds Report.
You have a monthly Facilities and Grounds report update. If you have any questions, Dr. Gilson is here.
Any questions or comments on the facilities report?
I just want to make a comment. If y'all recall, at the very beginning of this school year, we had, I believe, the chairman of the Green Communities Committee, Green Committee, they're now called, come in and was very concerned about our lack of engagement with them. This represents an enormous turnaround when it comes to cooperation with that committee and with the town's financial leadership. For those of you who are not keeping up on a week-to-week basis, you may recall that we had gotten funding approved through capital planning for air conditioning, mini splits in the primary school. Inflation being what it is, we couldn't afford for the whole project. We had to do roughly half of the project. We did that last year. Now through work of submitting our costs associated with that, applying for additional reimbursements and additional grants, we are effectively going to complete that project this summer, is my understanding.
So, new update information on that. As I understand it now, we can't move forward with the project because the project that was outlined and approved for the grant was actually in the amount of, I think, about $480-some-odd thousand. So this grant money is here, it's awarded. We have until September of '27 to expend it. What we will need to do is make sure that in the capital plan for FY '27, the remainder of the project cost we would have to secure that money through capital plan for FY '27. And if we're successful in securing the remaining, I don't know, it was 170-ish, 100,
Right now, the grant stands at 200K. We are given a utility incentive of 113,000.
Susan, can you just come to the mic, thanks, just so the public can hear? Thank you.
The air conditioning.
So, with the meeting that we held, first of all, the 200K grant will also be, it comes with 113,250, or 250, 113,250 for our utility incentive. Our Lunenburg cost is going to be $170,000. And that is really, it's an exceptional undertaking. We, in the discussion, if we pare down the project, then they're going to have to review it again, and there's no guarantee of funding. So we are aware that if we complete the full project as is, that's the cost to us at $170,000. I really would recommend that we do it and complete it. And the timeline for expending, all funds must be spent by September 30th, 2027.
So, may I, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I wish somebody had explained this to me 5 minutes ago. So, we are, my interpretation of what I think you just said is that we're going to move forward with a project, but we're banking on capital funds being appropriated for FY '27. What if those funds are
I
not
can't
appropriated?
bank on anything.
Right.
We have the grant, but the conditions of the grant mean that we must appropriate somehow through some means $170,000.
so we would not initiate the project until,
The funds are appropriated.
right.
Okay, so
Okay.
basically, we're going to pump the brakes on this thing for a year then.
Right.
Get through
So
the-
timeline-wise, right, if we get this on the capital plan for discussion in the fall, right, for FY '27, and it's approved, then in July 1 of '26, we would have the FY '27 capital money, and we would have all the way till September of 2027 to expend the grant funds. So there, if we're fortunate enough to get this project, the remaining 170 some odd thousand, approved in the FY '27 capital, we can proceed with this next summer, summer of '26.
Okay, I understand.
Mr. Beardmore, would it be advantageous for the capital planning to select something that had grant funding linked to
Oh,
it?
yeah,
Is that
I mean,
part of the
there's-
formula?
Yeah, historically, this is something that, when we were following and ranking things based on the Collins Center of Public Policy approach, this was something that, you know, if there was grant funding attached to it, would give it a higher score, right? We've kind of moved away from that a little bit, but there is a history of giving preferential treatment to these types of projects. I think the problem is that this isn't something that's projected for the FY '20, you know.
I believe it actually was listed in the FY '27
Okay.
map
It
out.
is there now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
So that wouldn't be,
I mean, the figure could be adjusted.
The figure is listed in the capital plan, the 10-year capital plan, as
27?
For '27.
Oh, okay.
7, as, and the cost listed there is $483,000. So with the grant funding, now it's, the total is $170,000.
Hopefully be asking for less, but the price will probably go up.
Yeah, like, I would, what,
But it would be a significant amount less than what's on the plan right now.
yeah.
Less than $500,000. Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad we
What
cleared that up.
Yeah.
percentage of the primary is currently, has a heat pumped, air conditioned?
Say that again?
What percentage of the primary school currently is air conditioned? I know it's a heat pump.
I believe on the second floor, all but one classroom has a unit. And then on the ground floor, there were some existing units in the office areas that are not functioning well, that are going to need to be replaced. But the second floor classrooms, with the exception of one classroom, all had the mini splits installed last summer.
So roughly what percentage is that of,
About half.
that's about half? And how much did we spend the first go-around?
200 something.
It was about two.
Yeah.
270, 273, something like that.
But the difference in the cost was really to maximize the heating and the cooling.
Yes.
We
Oh, no.
needed the two BMS controllers to link both projects together.
Yep.
And that's the.
Oh, no, this price is going up, because now it's,
Well, there was no controller included in the first.
So there's a whole different layer added so that they all talk to each other and they talk to the main system.
And that's the reason for the cost increase, but that was a grant requirement. To get this grant funding,
Okay.
we needed both phases to be talking to one another.
who wrote the grants?
We did that with the help of a whole team connected
was
with
a
the
whole
Green
team.
Committee.
Okay.
Yep. So with Dave Blatt, Karen Chapman, Kelly Brown from the state, so,
I wanted to say thank you, just because
Yeah.
they've been, I mean, some of this,
Yeah, it was an awesome team effort.
this is a,
it was an
For Dave.
awesome team,
for Dave, that's a volunteer effort.
yeah.
That,
And,
you
you know.
didn't have to
and-
do this.
No, and like,
Thank you.
the interim town manager, I was on the phone with him, contacting him the night it was due and saying, we need your signature. So it was really like, extra effort to get it in.
Yep.
Yeah.
As
Thank you,
well as
Dr.
to do it.
Gilson
Okay.
and Dave Blatt and the whole team.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
Nope, I look forward to the report on the Turkey Hill study.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to accept the facilities and grounds report?
Motion to accept the facilities and grounds report.
A second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the school choice action item.
All right, so historically, we've come to the committee in early February with a recommendation, but the committee opted to table this conversation until we set the budget. This year, we're recommending opening 10 seats for grade 9. That's our pre-pandemic recommendation. We shifted to cutting that number in half with our COVID hybrid year, and then concerns relative to the lingering impact, academic, social, emotional. We continued to keep that number low in the last few years. However, our current 8th grade class is at 118 students. Typically, we lose at least 20 to Monty Tech, and that would put our freshman class under 100. And just for some context, our current grade 9 is 111 students, our current grade 10 is 116 students, our current grade 11 is at 119, and our grade 12 is really small this year, they're only at 99. So we have been able to meet the needs of a class size of up to 119. So in consultation with Mr. Santry, given the class size, we feel that this is a good time to resume our pre-pandemic recommendation of 10 seats for grade 9. Now, just because we open the seats doesn't mean we will fill them. So I can't guarantee that we'll have 10 school choice students. But if we should have more than 10 applicants for those seats, that's when we move to a lottery. Additionally, as part of this topic that we discuss each year, the school committee typically also moves that they would allow Lunenburg students in grades 11 and 12 to remain at the high school through graduation should they move out of Lunenburg. So those are the two items for your consideration. We can have conversation if you wanted to consider opening seats in grades other than grade 9. We could certainly have some discussion around that as well.
Mr. Beardmore?
Have there been any consultation with Monty Tech about their enrollment? There's been a lot of talk at the state level about changing the rules relative to enrollment at tech high schools. And from my time on the finance committee, I learned that each school, each town in the district has a sort of a quota or a minimum. And then once that is filled, it becomes sort of a free-for-all based on the application pool that is remaining outside of what the individual towns have filled for their quotas. I'm probably not describing this correctly, but.
You're in the ballpark on that, yeah.
So anyway, to make a long story short, and this analysis is outdated now by 3 years since I've said in these presentations, but Lunenburg's enrollment at Monty Tech has been higher proportionally based on student population than the other schools in the district. My assumption is because we put in good applications and we're sending quality students over there. But the state is recommending a change in that calculus that is based on a straight lottery system. I don't know when that may or may not take place, but I'm just wondering if that could potentially affect this calculus in terms of how we project our 9th grade class.
It could eventually, but I don't think, if this bill were to pass and they change and it moves to a lottery system, I think we've got to be talking about admissions for school year 26, 27, because they're already looking at accepting students for next year. So I think any change would be another year out, and we could see what that impact looks like.
I would also add, again, it hasn't passed, but it could be likely that it's a lottery for those particular spots versus like a Lunenburg lottery for those Lunenburg spots versus an application.
You know, I understand, but they also enroll above their minimum quota-driven enrollment, right? And that's really what I'm talking about, is the delta above our quota.
Mr. Scolambrini?
What is the student-to-teacher ratio if this passes compared to the pre-COVID levels? So I know we cut a bunch of positions, so I would not want to have the same number of students with fewer teachers, because that might not work as well. And if you don't have the numbers off the top.
I don't have an exact student-teacher ratio for you right now, but I would suggest, based on current numbers and with Mr. Santry looking at course selections for next year, that he feels that 10 is a reasonable number that won't negatively impact. And again, there's no guarantee that we would get 10.
Right. But like, if we got 10, what I'm hearing is like, we're kind of in the ballpark, we could make it work.
Yeah, it would put us at 100 students at the 9th grade,
Okay. And
or a few more.
when we had 100 students in the 9th grade pre-COVID, were we roughly the same number of educators?
I think we're,
No, we'll have less educators.
yeah, but not by too many. I'd have to go back and look at the number of the positions that we added post-COVID. But we would be down some.
One question that I asked when this came up last time, and I don't think we were able to get to an answer on it. Obviously, in these numbers typically trail by a year, but we receive funds through the donator towns as a cherry sheet adjustment at about 5,000. 5,000 per student. But these students also affect our census for purposes of Chapter 70 calculations as well, right? So when we get our Chapter 70 money based on our census, those students are also included. So it's not just a $5,000 bump. There's an additional number associated with that, which is the.
I'd have to go back and verify that.
I don't actually know that they do.
I think it's just that.
Well, if they don't, then
5,000.
it's basically free to the donor, to the donor town, and we should send all of our students out. Like, because we receive more in Chapter 70 than we spend on the way out. So I'd like a clarification on that, just in terms of how
Yep.
that math works.
According to Google, the answer is yes, school choice students do impact Chapter 70 calculations in Massachusetts, as the funding formula considers students attending other public school districts or charter schools, with the receiving district's foundation budget being credited for the low-income increment of these students.
It does,
Well,
I'm looking at Chapter.
according to Google.
according to.
No, no, but I mean, like,
Well,
it has the
AI
answer.
And the DESI
On the
website.
DESI
Okay,
website,
good.
yeah.
Okay, so school choice students.
So can I ask a question? Dr.
Foundation.
Burnham, what is the argument against looking at the totals for every class and taking the minimum and bumping it up to the, say, second minimum? So that you are opening up school choice to say, let's say our current fourth grade is only at 106, bumping them up to the current fifth grade of 113, opening 7 positions.
I think I would probably just want to consult with the administrators of each school building. They know the dynamic of the class that they have. We also would need to take a look at recent move-ins to know roughly how many on average we've been seeing at each grade level. Not that that is a hard and fast number, it just gives you some insight as to what you might anticipate for move-ins. And I think as long as we left enough buffer for that number of move-ins, we could potentially open seats at other grade levels.
My only concern is obviously that sixth grade, I believe it's the sixth grade class, is very large. But other grades potentially increasing, like looking at the grade 7 is 111. This is from I'm looking at the budget presentation.
And those
On
those
enrollment,
those
class
enrollment
size.
figures were as of October 1st. We consistently report in that report the numbers as of the Sims reporting October 1st each year, so that it's consistent across.
Okay.
So I'd have to check to see what our current enrollment is in each class, because we have had move-ins. But we could,
have that data available today or next meeting?
we could definitely have it for next meeting. We don't have to submit to the state regarding school choice until June 1st. Correct? Yep. So we could table this till the next meeting. I could come back with numbers at other grade levels if that's something the committee wanted to consider.
I mean, we pushed so hard to get class sizes.
So what I'm saying is, let's say you're looking at grade 1 and 2. Grade 1 has 108 as of, what was it, October?
Yep.
So from the October data presented in the budget slides, enrollment and class size, it lists grade 1 at 108, grade 2 at 114. So my thought being, if you opened up, say potentially 6 or even 5, to get it closer to the 114, those class sizes in grade 1 and 2 would be very similar. They'd be exactly the same.
Yeah, minimally.
If you bump the minimum to the,
So right now, I can tell you, looking at Power School, our current grade 1 numbers are at 110. Grade 2 is at 116. 3 is at 125. 4 is at 108. 5 is at 115. 6th grade currently is at 154. 7th grade is at 113.
They're a fun class.
8th grade is at 118. And currently, our kindergarten is at 117.
Yeah, so my other avenue of that was to the 7th grade, only at 113, but the 8th grade at 118. 7th grade at 113 and 8th grade at 118, maybe there's potentially 5 spots there. Mr. Scalabrini?
I found the answer. So this is Mass General Law 76, Section 12B, and it is in subparagraph, I believe it is D. The answer, it comports with what Peter said. It directs the aid from Chapter 70 to be deducted from the sending town and distributed to the receiving town for school choice students. So I think, I mean, unless there's some other provision, it answers the question directly, and it is as Peter thought.
And for what it's worth, for people who've been following along Chapter 70 and local aid, you see that money the year after. Right? So you don't see it, we won't see it in the next fiscal year, but FY '27 is when that money will land.
In addition to the, what is it, approximately 5,000?
Yep. So,
Because all that's based on October 1
right.
of the
enroll.
previous year. Yep.
And the quote in the statute, it's actually Section F. The state treasurer is hereby authorized and directed to deduct said school choice tuition amount for the total education aid as defined in Chapter 70 of said student's sending district prior to the distribution of said aid, and to deposit said aid in the school choice tuition fund established in Section 12C. In other words, it's going to go from one place to the other.
I don't think that's the chapters.
It also, I think, may mean that if we are receiving from a non-minimum aid, hold harmless district, that we may receive more money for those students than we would for our own.
Yeah, and the other thing is, to answer, I think, what Laura's next question is going to be, it is done differently if it's a regional school district.
Right.
So,
Okay.
so I think the answer is yes. Maybe I'm wrong.
So just to try to move the conversation along, I'm amenable to the 10 seats for grade 9. Based on everything we've heard here over the last couple of months, I do not feel comfortable messing with our enrollment numbers K through 8 right now. I think those numbers are precarious. And the other thing that I think we do need to keep in mind is, in the event that we are facing another budget crisis next year, we own those kids and the numbers, and the total numbers associated with them in the out years. So I just, in my mind, the high school can absorb it absorb 10 seats in a population of between 400 and 425, but I'm just very hesitant about the other grade levels.
Any other discussion?
I think it's worth considering, because when you consider taking on 3 or 4 kids in a grade level, that's less than another kid per class. And when we're looking at class sizes of 21, it's not a huge impact, and it might be worth considering. I'm going to have to look more into the monetary impacts of that.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, and again, without Ms. Archambault too, I think we have this on the agenda for next meeting with a potential proposal for us to vote on, multiple proposals, maybe look at if there were increases or if there were offerings on the lower grades as an option for us to vote on as well. And then for financial data, if we can get some feedback on how that works, especially for the years prior, the years after.
I do do that.
I do feel a certain sense of urgency here too, because, this is when kids start thinking about where they're going to be next year.
Yeah, I think if we have a vote for next meeting,
Yeah.
I think that,
I mean,
that's
I'm
the thought.
I'd be okay with approving the 10 kids at the high school.
Yeah, me too.
I'm fine if my only question is going to be, does Mr. Santry think we can take it on? And if Mr. Santry thinks we can take it on,
So from, I guess, data that you got from another town, most school districts are making these decisions, or a lot of districts are probably making these decisions in April to decide when they want to do school choice. So I
Yeah,
feel like
and-
we're still on track if we do it next meeting.
We are. And like I said, the deadline for everybody to submit to the state is June 1st, so I imagine that there are other communities that are still looking at their budgets and making these decisions as well.
Yeah. If we can do it all in one night, I'd rather do that than
then do it.
potential vote next meeting and a
Okay.
vote this meeting.
I would
That's
also
okay.
like to have a chance to actually do legal research instead of like on the fly.
Yeah, I think now that
I feel
the
like a
ideas have
dummy.
been tossed out, we can do our research and,
Yep,
and then the public can also give their feedback at our next public comment as well.
that is an excellent point.
Great. At least they get an idea of what we're thinking, or some of us, what some of us are thinking too. All right, moving on. Next item on the agenda is the 2025-2026 school calendar update.
So the update is, this is a little bit like
Who won?
Lunenburg's version of Where's Waldo. Somebody found a mistake on the calendar. We actually planned only 179 days. Sorry, kids, we're going to have 180.
Did they want a prize?
They really should.
You should have like an Amazon gift card.
I know.
That finds it.
So shout out to the individual who caught that one. So basically, all we're doing is adding another day at the end of the year. So the last day, the 180th day, will actually be June 11th, and day 185 will be June 18th. And the corrected school calendar will be posted, and we will also send that out again to families, just so that they have the corrected version.
Excellent. Good catch.
All right, I'll look for a motion, unless there's any other discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve the corrected school calendar.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
I motion to thank the citizen who took the time to count and to save us from a little bit of panic at the end of the year.
When I ever saw that on Facebook.
Somebody's always got to count.
That was fantastic.
All right, next item on the agenda is the FY26 level service budget and override. So there's a potential action on this one. But we can open discussion first. Mr. Scullin-Brady?
So I am very grateful for TJ and the other citizens that put the override package together, and obviously we would take any money we get. I think that when we have this discussion, though, we need to be thinking of it in terms of this would be another stopgap measure. And so if we did the override this year, we'd probably have to do another one next year or the year after. And obviously, we would take the money, but I think that what we need to do is we need to do two things at once. We need to say, yes, we support the override effort, and then we also need to say, this is a stopgap, and we need to also do planning starting immediately for next year, the year after, basically a year, 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years. So we have a plan of where we're going. Because one of the concerns that I have is that as we do these budget cuts, where it's like a nip-tuck budget cut every year, and then we have this possibility of an override as a funding source, that we're not capable of projecting costs. If you and it's the same thing with like the free cash discussion that we're gonna have. If you take the money from free cash to fund a recurring cost, you're like literally just moving it down 1 year. So I think that, obviously I would support the override. I do support the override. But I think that we need to do that at the same time that we talk about a larger, more comprehensive fiscal plan for the district that would, work in conjunction with a town-wide override, with the town adopting Community Preservation Act, and then scaling functions back or changing the functions at school during the time in which the budget is tight, so that we adopt, like if you looked at the policy, the busing policy is labeled as an austerity measure. And I think that we need to have, like a medium-term projection for austerity measures within the school, as opposed to nip-tuck cuts coupled with stopgap funding.
Thank you. Mr. Beardmore?
So my position remains the same. If the override question comes up at town meeting and is not passed over, I believe it's on the warrant, I'm voting yes. I'll take the money and we will figure out how to spend it. But here's the rub, and this is the rub that was evident at last week's Finance Committee meeting. We haven't figured out how to spend it. We have not vetted a level services budget. We spent 20-plus hours of public meeting time and thousands of hours of administrator time over the course of the last several months figuring out how to meet a budget that meets the available resources, not the need or level services. And we learned some things along the way that we might adjust slightly on the level services budget. If you take that number and say, is that the precise number for level services? I don't think I could honestly say it definitely is, because we've learned a few things along the way. And we have not projected or presented a level services budget outside of just projecting out the costs from the current fiscal year into the next fiscal year. So in that regard, while I certainly don't feel any obligation to do that, and I disagree with the frustrations that certain members of the Finance Committee have expressed, we haven't done it. We've presented the budget that we've presented. And in the event that an override passes at town meeting and then a new select board is so moved to put it on the ballot and pass it, then the next school committee will need to bring an article to special town meeting saying this is how we project, how we want to appropriate this money. So I'm not even sure we can make a motion on this as a committee, just given the lack of substance that we have to support it. Again, I'm a yes, but we have not built a budget to support it.
I think that might be part of it. Maybe there is a motion to have the superintendent and her team do that work to present us with that. But that's the discussion, whether the school committee wants to have the superintendent put in that work when the select board is not even putting it on the ballot. Mr. Scullin-Brini?
Can I propose sort of like an in-between between a full redo of the budget and nothing, which is, if we had a list of things that we would restore if it were to pass, we could also use that list once the fiscal situation for municipalities in this country gets better. So we basically have, measures that we know we are putting in place temporarily. Like I fully think that the busing fee should be a temporary thing. And then, so we have all these fees that we're putting in place that are temporary. And then we have all of these things that we would put back so that we can, pretty quickly go down the list and say, we'll take this one, we'll take this fee off the table, we'll put this person back. And that way we don't have to go through the 20-hour process of redoing the budget. But it also gives us the ability to plan for a more comprehensive review going forward, because we will know what the things are that we want to sort of have like on deck circle if we get money, whether it's from this override, another override, or improved financial health. And we will have things that we know that we can, get rid of and provide relief to taxpayers as soon as things get better. Like the bus transportation fee has bothered me largely because Ms. Brzezowski has been very persuasive. And
Persistent.
I am really, it is only because we are in dire financial straits that I would agree with that, because the more I think about it, the more onerous it is, especially when we're not having some kind of busing fee for sports. It's like we're making people pay for the essential thing, and we are making them not pay for the unessential thing. And it's like, that's just, that, but, it is what it is. We voted on it. It's an austerity measure. And if we have those things queued up, ready to go, whether it's for this override, another override, some, change in Chapter 70 funding, some change in the way that out-of-district placements are done, we'll be ready to go and ready to move more quickly. I don't know if we need to try to turn the battleship around and, take the 7-mile turnaround radius that we need for another budget, because that's a lot of work on them. And I don't know what the chances are that the override will make it. So just having a middle solution where we can see what we want to get rid of and what we want to restore in case we get money might be the way to go. I don't know.
So the concern is this is a quick turnover. It would likely have to be done by May 1st to have everybody able to vote for it. And again, the discussions would need to take place about whether, what is the community getting back? Are we removing the bus fee now that the override passed? What's going to happen with the line items? So that's a lot of work that we would have to go through, and also Dr. Burnham's team.
So,
Ms. Brzezowski.
as a parent, I want the override. As a parent, if I wasn't on the school committee, I would be in the audience with my arms crossed, glaring every meeting, demanding an override. I really would. I probably would have, if TJ hadn't done it, submitted my own citizens petition. I'd be mad. I'd be sending all the emails we got. I'm frustrated. I wish there had been progress this year on a strategic town-wide planned override. Last year when we were doing the override process, we kept hearing the town is suffering too. The town needs more tax money too. But there was very little progress done in that regard. The select board didn't even hear the budget committee's report until, when did you guys give it? February? There were a lot of delays. And if they weren't happy with the results of the report, they could ask for more or been more direct with what they needed. But I do think that we need to do a strategic planned override. I think there are ways to do it. There are such things as tiered overrides. Next year, we could do a tiered override where you can vote on, people can actually vote on the levels of override they want. You want to vote for the schools, you want to vote for schools plus library, you want to vote for schools plus library plus fire. You can do things like that, but we need to have those discussions. I don't think we don't have time for that this year. I just don't think we have time. I also think we need to get a lot better about communicating. This is mostly for Tony and me, because the three of you are going to be gone next year. We need to get,
Not you guys.
I do think we need to get a lot better about communicating. I'm worried about next year. Watching the finance committee on Thursday night, it was clear that there is a fundamental disconnect in communication and understanding about what the school department does, what our responsibilities are, where our responsibilities lie, and where theirs are, and what they're responsible for. Maybe some more training or tutoring between us and the finance department, and things like how teachers' contracts work. And it's not just COLAs, it's also, teachers' contracts. It's not just COLAs that are driving the salaries. It was clear from that presentation that we need to be a little bit better about communicating our base of knowledge and what we know. And we also need to communicate to the town how dire the situation is. I'm not sure we're communicating that clearly, because we say, oh, we're running lean, oh, things are dire, but I'm not sure we're really fully communicating. Like when we say we're gonna get through this year, it's gonna be okay this year, but next year's gonna be bad, I'm not sure I know how to articulate that message. I think I need an educator to help me articulate, like, we're running on fumes. Like, the kids are gonna get through fine next year, but any more cuts is going to change the way we do education in Lunenburg, and you're not gonna get the school system that you're used to seeing from Lunenburg. And these are the cuts that you might have to face. Because right now it just kind of looks like empty threats, because every year we manage to kind of pull it together at the last minute by cutting everything else, but there's no everything else left to cut. So I think we need to get a lot better about communicating, and I'm not exactly sure how to shape that message or how to do that.
I would like to see the finance committee, even just the finance committee chair, reaching out to the school committee chair and the superintendent to set expectations early on what they are looking for, and being prepared for their presentation, and not having to have multiple presentations where the superintendent has to go to the finance committee meeting. Like, they should be prepared to have one meeting, ask questions, and even ask questions ahead of time to prepare for their meeting. I think it was frustrating that we're looking at even potentially 3 meetings now with the superintendent answering questions. There should be a better plan, whether it's a subcommittee, a budget subcommittee, where we include finance committee, or, again, any other ways to try to collaborate on the process to get it better, because it didn't work this year, and I think with the override it was even more frustrating. And I think if they're going to have presentations about the school committee budget in a finance committee meeting, we should be invited to those presentations so that we can answer questions when they don't understand something. It's the largest budget in the town. It's going to be confusing at times, especially to new members, and
It is
they need
difficult
to be able
to
to ask
understand.
questions.
It's a very difficult, there's a lot of learning that's involved, and it's very complicated, and there's a lot of rules and regulations. It's very difficult to understand. I mean, it takes a lot to do it, and I think we need to, I'm not sure, I actually wanted to talk to Tony about next year, having new members maybe keep track of the things that they're learning or the questions they have, and coming up with like a,
This is my 7th notebook.
like, I want to come up with kind of a, what you didn't know and what you're learning along the way, so we can kind of have like a intro to school committees for new members, because it is very difficult when you come on and you don't know what you're doing, and sort of like, school committee 101, but also for other boards that aren't aware of what we do and what the laws are, and the basics, kind of, because I feel like watching that school committee meeting, there was some misunderstandings. It was very difficult to hear the finance committee say that there was no budget crisis.
Mr. Beardmore?
I think that we do need to come up with some kind of plan of action here. And I'm mindful of the fact that today is the 2nd of April. Town meeting is a month from tomorrow. And we need to select a new superintendent. Like, there's a lot of things, there's a few things on the plate here for the next few meetings. That being said, I think Laura's points are excellent, particularly around what are the impacts. I had suggested a few weeks ago that maybe we need sort of like a State of the Union kind of document. And I do think we need an official statement that, and it could be a long one, but it's, here's what we had to do this year, and here are the potential impacts. And one thing that I do disagree with you on is, I don't think we're just pulling it together and we're going to make it work. Like, there are going to be negative consequences to what we did this year. Absolutely. And it's going to affect lots of students and families over the course of the next 12 months. It just is.
And long-term
And I think that
effects,
we
too.
need to articulate that, number one, in some kind of way. And it could be, it's probably too late for a report in the warrant, but a handout at town meeting and something that we can publish. The second thing, and it could be part of that document, is in the event that an override were to pass, here's where we would recommend the money be spent. And I say this because the school committee is going to substantively change on the 17th of May. So it's just, you know, and it just could be a long list of things. But I think that and a dollar value associated with different classifications of things on that list is probably about as far as we can go. And even that, I suspect, is probably an awful lot of work that I'm describing. But it's probably not as substantial as rejiggering the entire line item budget and us all going through the benefits or pitfalls of expanding the athletic transportation budget by $40,000 or $70,000. I'm just picking numbers out of a hat here. But, I mean, those are the levels of conversations we would need to have if we went and redid a level services budget right now. And the administration could bring this to us, and we could talk about it.
Mr. Scalabrini?
Piggybacking on what Peter said, one of the things that I found really helpful in making decisions was the recommended like saves and the recommended protected positions from the building administrators. It's really hard for me to understand how all of these parts function together as I could see it like from like an overhead view, because I think you guys did a really good job of explaining that to us. I think it's hard if you don't understand the lingo, if you haven't kept 7 books full of notes to figure out what all these things are, or you're not a teacher. But if you do that and you keep the notes and you pay attention, I think you get a good overview. But what I'm really having a hard time seeing is like, you know, like if we do this one thing in the high school, how does that impact acceptance rates at, you know, elite institutions in 4 years? And I don't know that. And I think that like probably the people in the building, the educators, the administrators, those people have a better sense of that. And so getting their opinions on what to restore and like what fees or cost savings measures to abandon would be super duper helpful to me. I just, there's too much like longitudinal stuff that I don't know or understand. And I'm not even sure if you can like do like this causes that. But even if it was just like some correlation between, you know, like Dr. Bookus and I have emailed. She's probably not happy when she sees emails from me. But I've asked her questions about data on student achievement, impacts of various things. And, you know, it seems like it's a fraught thing to do. But if we just had some insights from the people, the boots on the ground, about those kind of things, I would be really valuable in making decisions. So
I think we see a lot of long-term goals in this discussion. I like Mr. Beardmore's idea of a memo of these are the things that would get restored and these are the fees that would go away. My concern is Finance Committee will not be happy with that. They're going to want a line item budget of everything. But another part of me says the Select Board already didn't put it on the ballot. I'm not that worried if the Finance Committee doesn't approve the...
I don't think they're going to approve it
override.
either way.
And my concern is, yeah, their finance committee is not going to support an override, whether we give them a line item, detailed line item. But my concern is, I'm not that worried, but I'm also worried about our staff, and I don't want to put our staff through all that work for the finance. Maybe it's a coin flip that they actually support it, but does that matter? I think it matters to the public. What does the public want? Do they want a line item transferred? Do they want a detailed line item budget, or do they want what's going to be restored and what are the fees that are taken away?
Look, I think that part of the calculus here is, I mean, for those who aren't keeping up, we've gotten a lot of email over the course of the last couple of weeks, particularly from parents, some grandparents, more or less begging the school committee and the finance committee and the select board to advance an override question because they see the urgency associated with the cuts that we're making for the coming year. The flip side of it is we've all kind of done the back of the napkin math and the realization of the story we told a year ago and the expectations we set and the reality that the school department is only about half of the town government. And the rest of our town government, we've had department heads, union heads come before the finance committee and the select board over the course of the last several weeks and say, we need an override. And this piecemeal approach puts us in a position where we can't, just as Tony said, we can't plan for anything because we don't know where the political winds are going to turn. Are going to support an override this year? It's just enough to get us through this year. Next year, the town comes with a comprehensive plan and says no. Well, then what's the town going to do? It's going to pull money from us to fund the things that the rest of the town needs. So I'm still where I was 2 or 3 months ago, which is we need a town comprehensive plan. And unfortunately, and I feel the blame for this landing straight on my shoulders because I didn't yell loud enough at Tony during the fall and the superintendent and Dr. Gilson when the budget committee was meeting that we weren't meeting the need. Now, privately, I told you all that we weren't, but here we are. And I feel like we failed, but I don't know how to fix it either. I think the shortest path is exactly what I recommended, which is if this were to pass, and yes, I'm voting for it, but it's a stopgap measure. It's not a plan.
No, and I agree. I wish we had the foresight last year. I think we thought that the select board were actually going to do a long-term planning. They had the budget task force, and they were actually going to put up an override for the town. And my recommendation for the next school committee leadership is to plan for a long-term school override. What does the school need? Hopefully the town is on board, but if nothing happens, the school should be ready to put a comprehensive, because you guys are going to do the research and plan with the town, hopefully, and you'll be ready if you need be to put a school-wide override if the town doesn't. And I think that should be a plan.
Mr. Leighton
going
just
forward.
gave his homework.
That is your homework. Like, comprehensive plan. These one-year overrides cannot be the solution. Mr. Brzezowski?
Yeah, I think when I envision, if we say, screw it, let's go for an override this year, because let's just see what happens. Why not? What happens is, if it passes, yay, we fill the budget gaps this year, and that's fantastic. But what happens next year? We've done it again. The idea behind last year was, let's go for a lesser override, and hopefully the select board will do an override, will do a townwide override, because the message was, this is not comprehensive, we need a comprehensive override. So even if it just doesn't, strategically, I think it would benefit the schools more to wait. because I've thought about it, and originally my reasoning was it's better for the town to wait, but my constituency is the students. But I think long-term, and I hopefully want to be on this board for long-term, I do think long-term for the school system, it would be better to wait and plan. And by wait, I mean like a few months, and then we're getting right into this, and I'm gonna start pushing for an override early. Like, it does not have to be in May. An override does not have to take place in May. It can take place earlier. I don't want to keep putting the staff through this end of the year shuffle. Am I going to have a job or not next year? Should I start looking for employment elsewhere? We're going to lose good people. We are losing good people. We have lost good people. We lost good people last year. We're losing good people this year. As a result, this uncertainty is not good for our staff. It's not good for morale. We can't keep doing this to our staff. So I think I'd like to wait. And I hate saying that. That hurts. Because my kids are in those schools. And this year is not going to be fun. It's going to stink. We're going to get through it. And yeah, there are going to be deficits. And I can see that there are going to be some longer term effects. There are going to be some longer term effects to things we are not doing that we should be doing this year as well. Deferred maintenance, there's a whole list of things, but ultimately, I think doing this in a more strategic way next year is the way to go. And I hate saying that.
So do we have any motions to move forward for action? Yes.
If I might.
Yes.
What you have this evening is a side-by-side look at the budget that you voted approved with a level service budget. That was adjusted. It does reflect offsets from revolving. It does reflect offsets from grants. Essentially, what you have in the colored column are the budget lines should you see an override, have that money, and restore every cut that you have made. That's the difference. That's the difference between the two. So you already scrutinized and got to the place of approving a budget for the town manager's target budget. Essentially, it's the same thing, just putting everything back.
Is this what the Finance Committee had on Thursday?
This is, I gave to the Finance Committee on March 6th, because the school committee had not yet approved any budget. I presented for them, they had a similar version to this sheet, except it had the town manager's target budget that we had discussed as of March 5th. We did have another meeting a week later, and we did change some position cuts, other positions back in, but essentially the bottom line was still the same. All we did was make a couple of swap outs for cuts. They also had, side by side, a needs budget that had only 7.9 FTE cuts and left all of our expense lines where the level service lines are. And then they had the level service budget. And there were 3 columns for each budget. How much money is in the line, what's the dollar value change of that line compared to FY25, and what's the percentage increase of that line compared to FY25. They had that breakout for 3 different versions of the budget. And we used that overview sheet that are talking points to, when we presented that evening, to compare what was different between the different versions of the budget? So
When did,
I'm a little
when did,
in agreement with Mr. Laughlin that I'm not sure what to present because the level service budget is where we started and we made cuts from there to get to the target budget that we had to get to. So what's in that colored budget is if we put everything back. Now, the school committee may decide they don't want to put everything back, but as I understand it, the motion in the article is for the override in that amount.
To go to the school budget too, not particular
Correct.
line items.
So you would end up with that amount. You may decide that you're happy with where everything is in the lines, but you could also decide in June, if you got that override, that we need to make adjustments within there. You might recall that I came back to the school committee with a budget that you all voted at the June 5th meeting after the override was passed, and because I had made hires already at that point for this school year, because we were filling positions that we could not fill, that were vacated last year, we actually made job offers for this year. So I had to adjust salary lines to reflect the hires that we made,
because that's a normal
right?
thing.
And I made the adjustments to reflect as of the latest update, which was probably the May health insurance. All of those numbers were accurately reflected in that June budget. But the bottom line dollar amount of that budget was the override number. But we did make adjustments within the lines. We didn't make big changes like, oh, we're not going to hire this position and we're going to hire this position instead. We didn't do any of that. We still got what we got with the override, the positions that came back, cuts that came back. But we still did, and we do it all year long. We make line item transfers all year long because some things pop up and we need more money in one line and we're doing okay in a different line. We can move some money to cover expenses. And we will be back with more line item transfers probably at the next meeting. But that's what you have here this evening, and that's what was provided to the Finance Committee at our scheduled meeting for presenting the budget. And at that meeting, I sat at the table, Dr. Gilson, Juliana Hanscom, and Dr. Bookus sat at that table ready to answer questions, and all of my administrators were on virtually, ready to answer questions about any version of those budgets. So I don't know if there's anything in particular that you would want to change, but I mean, essentially, even if you were to ask me to come back with a level service budget for the override, it's still going to be the same bottom dollar. I just might make adjustments to taking something out of a line and putting something in a line based on a preference that committee might have.
Mr. Beardmore?
Would this budget, the colored budget that starts in column H, would this roll us back to a point, and I'm not saying that I even want this or would recommend it, but would this roll us back to a point where all of these additional measures that we've taken, i.e. the busing fee, i.e. the increase in the athletic fees, like those kinds of measures are incorporated in that budget or not?
So the bus fee, when we built the level service, we did not factor in any bus fee.
Right.
So that could go away.
Theoretically.
The challenge around athletics, and we can talk more about this.
We're
Like the ki-
overspending.
If we were overspending,
I know,
and I'm
I
going to
know,
come in with a ton of line item transfers, probably moving it all into transportation for athletics, because we are in such deficit with that athletic revolving account. We've been in communication with Town Hall.
But
So-
I think we've had that
The point I'm
conversation.
trying to make
What's
here is
built
that
into
it's
the
not
budget?
really, like, we can't depict this as the budget is the same as the current year, because there are changes that just need to be made in the natural course of going from one fiscal year to another.
Correct.
It's the
Even in
same with
ideal-
facility
Yep.
fees and
Right.
other fees
Yep,
that we
and we
annually
increase the facility fees every couple of years, we review those. I do think it's been a long time since we've talked about any change to a student activity fee, or even the athletic fee, and all of the costs that are increasing, and it kind of gets to the point where, okay, the fee doesn't even put a dent in the cost, so, like, why don't we just budget
I
everything,
think that's
right?
where Finance Committee's point is, though, is that we have not discussed those things in regards to this level service budget.
So I would say to you that the only thing that would change in terms of a recommendation, if you were to say, come back next meeting, I would say that you could forego the bus fee if that was the budget. I would not make any change relative to increasing athletic fees because
What line is that in the, like, is that built into this budget, or is that still in an athletics
I think
revolving?
the athletic fee was going to increase. We had that
The revenue
discussion.
is
at the
not-
But I
beginning.
want to know where that's
Before you-
reflected in the budget. I know, I'm not talking about,
It's not, because we're underfunding that.
Because-
line.
correct, we are not fully 100% funding athletics in any of these budgets.
okay,
Right? It's just that we're in a much better position with the level service budget.
I just wanted to look at it.
Mr. Scullin-Brady?
I think that if the override passes, the
3-5.
will of the voters would be pretty clear that they want level service. And I think it would be hard, without knowing what it looks like, it'd be hard for me to not just default to what you've already done here. If it doesn't pass, though, I don't know that I would want to be committed to restoring these things. I would want to look at like how the whole school district would be shaped and then figure out what to restore, as opposed to basically just rolling back to what we did last year. Because I think that the problem that we have is, because we're doing these, stopgap funding measures, we're not doing any long-term planning, and that means that we're also not doing any long-term planning when we're making cuts. Like, if we had, one of the things Laura proposed a while ago that I thought a lot about was, what if we eliminated a building? And like, there are costs that would be saved. They may not be as great as we think, but it would also help in a future plan to revamp how the district is done. So like, if we were to, take students out of Turkey Hill, we might see some small incremental savings, but at the same time, it would allow us to do something in the future that could repurpose Turkey Hill in a way that accords with getting more revenue from the state.
That repurposing can happen anyway,
Yeah, it would be,
because if there's a new Turkey Hill building,
yeah.
we can, and I have thoughts on this, and we can talk all about it when we have the report from the architects that did the study on Turkey Hill at our next meeting. I have thoughts about how that building can remain a school where renovations could be supported by MSBA reimbursement and could become a building that could generate revenue.
Yeah.
So that conversation can and should happen regardless.
Oh, right, I'm just saying, like,
Right.
as an example.
Yep.
I would not want to default to this because it might preclude us from doing the long-term planning like you just referenced. So that's all I was going to say.
Yep.
So I guess to try to get some closure on this, do we want to table this and have a memo? Do we want to send a memo to the Finance Committee? Do we want to? What is the committee's wishes?
I think Finance Committee has a point in that we have not
I think that's fine too. Like, we can also not vet it if we want.
Yeah, I also think, do we need to vet it?
That's,
I think a memo that aligns us with the level services budget as presented, with an explanation in terms of what those deltas are in terms of impact,
but not line by line.
but not line by line.
I think we're all on the same
Where we
page
want to
on
be.
that.
We don't have the time to do another full budget based on a citizen's petition that is not supported.
We can have the superintendent be.
It is
available
not
for
just that
questions.
we do not have the time. We do not have the staff, and I
We
wanted to
don't.
say
Right.
this.
Yeah, right, we don't.
One of the members of the Finance Committee brought up a report from the town of Hudson, Massachusetts, as if to say, you know, this is a great finance report from the town of Hudson, Massachusetts. And I know that report. I've looked at that report because it's a great report, and I've looked at it before and been like, this is a fantastic report. Like, it's graphic, it's got nice graphics, it's well laid out. And I've actually looked, because I have a very boring life. I've looked at other towns' finance reports, and I've looked at how other school departments finance reports, and I've looked at their end-of-year reports and how they do things. And Hudson puts on a very nice report. Hudson, Massachusetts has 6 people in their finance department. We have 1.5 employees allocated to our finance department. And I understand what the finance committee was saying about wanting certain things done a certain way. We can't afford it. We don't have the staff. We are doing things the best we can.
The other thing I would suggest is, I've been here a number of years. What people want changes every
Yeah.
year.
Oh, yeah.
So we're getting to a place where the budget cycle is intensely active in-house for us for 7 to 8 months of the school year, which means my team is being pulled away from other things that they normally do because we've been asked to pivot and get more information, or pivot and come up with a different plan for cuts, or pivot to do something else. We're in budget meetings all the time, all the time.
Yeah.
And we're turning things around so quickly, and we don't have enough rested eyes to take a look at every line and make sure that there are no errors. And then they're being kicked out, and somebody finds, oh, well, that's not the right one. Oh, you are correct. That is not the right one. We didn't make that adjustment.
When I say we run lean,
We're
this is what
super lean.
We are running lean. We don't have the staff to do this. The things that we are being asked to do by the finance committee sometimes. If you want that, then we need the money to do those things. And to have a report brought up like, here, why can't you do it this way? We can't do it that way because we don't have 6 people in that department. We have less than a third of that. We're running we're running very, very lean, and we are asking too much of our employees. And so I guess what I'm saying is, no, I don't want to go over the level service budget with a fine-tooth comb right now, because I don't think the payoff is worth it. And if we need to, we will. We'll go back on May 4th, and we'll immediately get to work, and we'll do it then if we need to, and you can trust we'll do it. But at this point, I think it's too much.
And the override would just go to the school budget. It doesn't go to line items. It wouldn't go exactly how
And
that would.
that's our responsibility. That's the school committee's purview. That's what we are statutorily, constitutionally, legally responsible for. That's us.
Dr. Burnham, did you have anything else to add?
I don't think so, but could we reiterate one more time, just for clarity, what
Yes,
the
I think we're getting a
expectation
motion,
is
yeah.
for me?
Let's have a motion here.
I'd make a motion to draft a memo to Finance Committee that aligns with what Peter talked about, namely what we're losing and what we would replace provisionally if the override passes.
Second.
I would second with a addition that it includes some form of impact statement associated with those deltas.
Are you amenable to that?
Yep.
Second.
Can we,
Discussion.
I was to say, can, like, two of us get together and work on how it would look?
You could work with Dr. Burnham, yeah, that would be fine.
Because would we also, is this the same one that we would, because Peter had suggested getting a handout for perhaps town meeting? Would it be the same information, or is this a
Potentially.
separate?
I think it would be a separate thing that we could
Okay.
look at after and decide if we want to bring that to town meeting or adjust it.
Okay, so a memo, and then we'll take the information contained therein.
And maybe revise it for a town meeting.
Okay, because I also think it would be useful for parents when talking to legislators or lobbying,
Or voting for an override.
yeah, or voting for an override, or it's going to come in handy next year when we're talking about things, to give very direct information.
Yep.
None of this is information that we don't have, like, it's there.
Well, that's it, and that's.
Formulate a document.
I did, and I don't know if Liz could screen share the slide deck. I did update the giant slide deck, compressed it down to only
Please don't make me look for
24
changes
cover
on that.
slides with embedded reports. It's largely the same. There is some updated information.
Did you highlight what changed? Don't make me play what changed.
Essentially, slide 23, maybe?
Now.
Dr. Burnham, would you be able to send us the memo before sending it to the Finance Committee, or do you want to wait to the next meeting?
We could do either. What's the timeline? When do you want the memo off to?
We should send it to them sooner rather
I
than
wouldn't-
So do you
later.
think it's,
I wouldn't cause,
do you think it's okay to send it to all of us if there's any feedback, and then individuals can give you feedback if they have concerns?
Yep. And how
And
soon
then
do you
can
want
send it
that?
out?
thank you.
She
I
said,
think
how soon do you want?
I think just before our next meeting is the goal, right? So that
Okay.
it's done before our next meeting, otherwise we would have waited till our next meeting. So I don't think there's a rush for like tomorrow,
Okay.
but I think it should be done before our next meeting.
I think that if,
Any other
well,
timelines from
I mean,
the
frankly,
members?
I would like to see a scenario where you and the chairman of the finance committee come to some sort of agreement in terms of how to handle the current situation. And if that means that it happens inside of the next 2 weeks, then go do it. Yeah, don't wait for me, is kind of my thinking on this.
Okay. And again, we'll still send the memo, but yeah. I will talk to the chair of the Finance Committee.
I think we're good with the screen share.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. We need to vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is the action item for the superintendent search. So there's a few things here. So we have several memos in your folder. I will read off the Lunenburg finalist memo, or most of it. There's also additional documents. There's some organized question compilations. There's another file too. What you may ask and what you may not ask of candidates for superintendent. Again, a lot of these files are from the MASC to prepare us as we move on. There's also the Lunenburg screening questions as well that we had used in the screening committee. So the Lunenburg finalist memo, the superintendent screening committee met on Monday, March 10th for orientation and open meeting law, executive sessions, and to review the initial community feedback to use as a basis for question development. They met again on Tuesday, March 18th, after applications were closed to finalize their questions, and then to move into executive session to deliberate on semifinalists. There were 10 applicants. The screening committee met on March 27th and 28th to interview the semifinalists. On March 31st, they met again to deliberate and voted to move the following slate of 4 finalists to the school committee. Brent Conway is currently the Assistant Superintendent in the Pentucket Regional School District. He holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Elementary Education and a Bachelor's of Arts in Communication Studies from the University of Rhode Island, a Master of Educational Leadership and Management from Fitchburg State University, and a Doctor of Educational Administration from the University of Southern Mississippi. Jody Fortuna is currently the Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning in Brookline, Massachusetts. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Special Education from Bridgewater State University, a Master of Educational Leadership from Framingham State University, and a Doctor of Educational Leadership from Boston College. Joni Menard is currently the Director of Special Education and Student Services in Douglas, Massachusetts. She holds a Bachelor of Arts from Salve Regina University, a Master of Education from Fitchburg State University, and a Doctor of Education from Capella University. Timothy McCormick is currently the Superintendent of Schools in North Brookfield, Massachusetts. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology from the University of New Hampshire, a certification in Educational Administration from the Merrimack Education Center, and has completed the new Superintendent Induction Program with the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents. And then there's additional information on the candidates that can be found if you click the link. I do want to thank the screening committee for their work on all of this. The screening committee members, Kristen Ryan, TJ Laughlin, Mandy Gilman, Liz Peterson, Carla Squire, Jane Hall, Mary Foyle, Brad McNamara, Caesar Nizzolo, Sarah Wright, Carol Archambault, and myself. Part of this process also is we need to, once we accept the slate of recommended, so we will need a motion tonight to accept, potentially a motion to accept the slate of recommended by the screening committee. Also, after that, we would want to thank the screening committee again and notify them that their duties are discharged, if that is the will of this committee.
I would make a motion with gratitude to accept the slate of candidates from the screening committee.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion passes. Also, I would look for a motion to notify those members that their duties are discharged.
So moved. I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you, everyone.
And thank you to the screening committee for, that was a lot of meetings and a lot of hard work.
Yeah, and it was also a change in what we had done too, so the dates were definitely challenging for several members, but we got through it, so that was good. Additionally, I had reached out to Alicia, the MASC rep, and who's working with us, the field director, on the search to see, because we had actually finished about a week early. We had squeezed in the meetings on that, and actually a Friday night, and then we actually met on Monday. Carol had to go away on Tuesday, so we actually were able to deliberate on Monday, so we didn't push it to the end of the week. I inquired about whether we could change the dates and speed it up a little bit, but the MASC is already lined up with multiple superintendent interviews in other districts, and they are not able to bump us up a week. So we are still looking at the end of April and the first week of May. So it's that April 28th, 29th, 30th, Thursday the 1st, and Friday the 2nd of May, where we would be inviting the candidates for interviews. And it would be a day-long event with, if not all, most of the stakeholders, having meetings throughout the day, and then finalizing it with an interview with the school committee, and potentially meetings on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, with potential deliberations of the school committee on Friday or the following Monday, the 5th. So we could potentially be voting on Friday the 2nd, Monday the 5th, if we had interviews on, again, April 28th, 29th, 30th, and the 1st of May.
So our meetings would occur 5, 6, 7, 8 in that timeframe?
For the school committee interviews?
Yeah.
I think in the evenings. I'm not
Yeah, yeah,
sure
yeah,
exactly what time, and that's something we can set. So
Right.
there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of planning that we have to do,
Yeah.
but I think that's right now, the outline.
I'm asking for purely
Planning
selfish
purposes,
reasons.
exactly. Yeah, no, me too. I'm a little concerned too.
Figure out my calendar.
How
I'm
to
gonna be
do a
jammed
week
up.
of evening meetings.
Yeah, that week is not a good week at all. I will be in Washington DC for 2 of those days, and I will have an all-day hearing and a homicide on another of those days. It will not be good.
I like
They will be public meetings, so we can do
Zooms.
remote, we can do virtual meetings too, where it's a hybrid meeting as well.
I'm going to be out the week prior to that, so we get, yeah. Anyway, we need to work through it.
Could Tony do the site visits, maybe?
Huh?
You could maybe do site visits.
So, again, that's another part of the process, too. We have to decide on site visits and which groups of people that they will meet up with. So we can have them meet with the admin team, the superintendent, the current superintendent, the parents. We can
Does it
have a separate
effectively
meeting
need to
for
be the same
LEA.
schedule for each of the days?
Yes, yeah, there should be some consistency with all the candidates.
And each candidate basically gets a day?
Yes.
And are you looking for guidance in terms of what that day should look like now?
No, definitely not. Yeah, so there'll be more information. I think next meeting we'll be able to try to
We-
finalize that. I think interview questions is also another component too. Whether if we work together on the interview questions, it's going to be in a public meeting. We can also assign people to develop the questions
Are you looking to interview?
outside of the meeting so that we don't have them in a public forum as well. So that's another option.
Who sent, just out of curiosity, the question, what you may ask and what you may not ask?
So that's from the MASC.
Okay, because there is an obvious legal error in this. I'm just done with those people. They stink.
So,
Well, what's the,
do we have to do that now?
No, we don't. I'm just saying, like, this is awful.
So, in my experience, having probably interviewed 500 job candidates in my career, I've often found that planning a series of questions in advance and running them by somebody who knows how to do this is usually a better tactic than trying to formulate a question while the person is sitting in front of me and not necessarily getting to the heart of the question that I want to ask. So,
I think the questions should definitely be formulated ahead of time.
Right,
And they
so-
have to be the same
so
question for
my-
every candidate.
my thinking on this is, I'm almost wondering if it would make sense for us to designate a question writer, right? Who could potentially consult with our HR head but then take input from everybody and say, I want a question about whatever, you know?
But we can, again, do lots of those things, right? Most of it has to be in public session for the questions, but we can also have the MASC rep be a part of that process too.
So you're saying we would have to articulate those questions? But what I'm trying to get to is like, how do we draw a straight line to this that isn't like too long, right? So, for example, could you collect a list of questions between now and our next meeting such that somebody's already taken a look at all of the things that we've thought of and have a draft, right? Or is this, and then we can discuss it in public and read the questions?
So, yeah, what we did was we went through the MASC rep, so I don't think we can interact. It has to all be done in public session. So I can
Okay.
reach out to the MASC rep about that for clarification, but I believe that even us, we can't go back and forth.
She's actually on the
Yeah, she is. Alicia, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. You might be able to help answer questions.
Hi, absolutely. Hello, everyone. So how you determine the questions is up to all of you. I can work directly with a representative from the school committee and the HR department, absolutely. The question booklet we sent you is it's the jumping off point mostly. Most of the questions will be in those same categories, and we did share with you also the questions that the screening committee wrote themselves. So.
Mr. Brzezowski?
Can we have access to, did someone take notes on what the candidates answered to the screening committees?
You cannot get any information from the screening committee. It is protected.
Okay, so we could ask those questions.
You could ask those questions again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is your preference, Mr. Chair?
I think I like the idea of having at least some questions that are not vetted through a public forum and that they know ahead of time. But
I want to see how they think.
yeah, exactly. Think on the spot, right?
Yeah.
So I like that idea. But that is going to be a challenge too.
I also find that some of these prompts are just like so generic. Like, how would you build rapport with administrators, teaching staff, and with support staff? I mean, like, what does that mean? I want to know what you have done, what you would do specifically here, and how you would go about interacting with people in the town, right? Like, some of these questions, this is the problem when we have like a Mad Lib style generation of questions.
Yeah.
Like, these are questions that like ChatGPT could generate.
So one thought I had was, and again, I'd appreciate Alicia's feedback on this too, was that we could have individual members take a topic or a certain area, generate a question. My hope would be that we could send it along to Alicia to vet it, to make sure it's appropriate to ask, follows the guidelines and legal requirements, let's say, and that way we could actually, I don't know if we could potentially go through you, Alicia, to send you the questions, and that you would be able to compile them.
I like that idea. Like having each.
So that they're private and not in public, a public meeting.
Sure, absolutely. And there are committees who actually, they have their members develop all their questions on their own and nobody knows anything before they get to the table. So if you want to do categories, we can do that. Everyone can develop, say, 3 or 4 questions per category. And then again, much like you do in the screening committee, we would just go around the room to try and hit every category.
Thank you. And I believe you said if we have a 5-member committee that approximately 10 questions or 2 per person? Is that what the recommendation was?
It might be. So it's more so that you want to have enough questions to have enough in the time. You may not get to all of them. When we go to a full interview with the school committee in the evening, that's a 75-minute interview. Generally, we try and allow for approximately 3 minutes for people to answer the question, about a minute maybe or less to ask, and then you have your opening and your closing. So we would calculate out, based on the number of members who are going to be asking questions, how many questions you could reasonably get to. Some will take a little bit longer, some are a little bit shorter, but we try and make sure you have enough to cover that spread of 75 minutes.
So one idea I had was maybe we could have topics that you are going to ask a question, but don't say what the question is. Maybe Alicia only gets to see the questions, so you can run it by Alicia, but that at least we could have the discussion as a committee. Hey, I'm going to talk about the budget, or I'm going to talk about this, or I'm going to talk about this, or ask questions about this.
I like that.
That way we get the diversity of questions, but we're not disclosing the question.
Okay. I like that, because there are specific things that I'm like, I really think we need to hit these things, but the specifics of the question.
And the thought might be, if we do have 2 questions, maybe even have a 3rd question as a backup, but we go around the committee or down the line, you get your first question. And then we go down again, we get the 2nd question. And if we have time, maybe get to the 3rd one, depending on again, the 75 minutes.
So I have never done an interview as constrained as this is, and I don't know how to ask questions like this. So I might need some help, But are you envisioning us asking questions like where, you just give them like a prompt to talk? Or do you want us to like push them?
Generally, what we would say is you start with the framework question, and then you say you were going to ask a question about budget development. You would want to refine the question to have some linkage back to what your district is currently facing, and then you would also want to ask them, do you have experience in this? Can you tell us about a time when? And ask them to give you concrete examples. So the questions themselves would be the jumping off point for them to tell you about what their experience is.
So I would also add too, you can look at the screening committee's questions as potential guidance there too, as well as I think we use Alicia, that you all have her email. You could send her a question and get feedback from Alicia. That way we're not interacting.
Okay.
Does that sound good, Alicia?
This sounds
Yep, we
bananas.
can totally do that.
Put that out there.
It is,
I think the challenge
It is
is whether we want to do this in a public forum.
it is so
building the question.
frustrating that this takes place as a public meeting. Like, we're,
It is what it is.
I know.
Yeah.
It's,
That's
I
the
know,
process.
question development, the Attorney General has determined that question development must be public.
So there's no legal requirements that we have to follow these questions. That's just what they're recommending.
No, you can absolutely come up with your own
I think
questions. You just have
and
to be.
I lean towards the guidance, just be careful with the guidance, because again, we
Mm-hmm.
want to make sure that we're appropriate in our questions.
We also want to,
Certain things you can't ask about.
we also want to give everybody a fair shake, like you.
Well, that's why we want the same questions for everybody, yeah.
So, Brian, before I leave you all, it looks like there was a type, I, in error, put the wrong bio under Joni Menard.
Okay.
If I may, I would like to correct the information just so that everyone has her current information. And I will, as soon as I sign off, I will send you the text that I'm about to say so that it goes into her bio correctly. The links are still appropriate though.
Thank you.
So Joni Menard is actually currently the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction in Holliston. She holds a BS in Marketing from Ohio State University, a master's degree in elementary education from Anna Maria College, a master's in educational leadership from Fitchburg State University, and an educational doctorate in educational leadership from the University of Hartford. I do apologize, I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but I will correct that now via email so that when it goes up on your document, whatever document system you're using, that you'll have it nearly immediately.
Thank you.
None of this stuff is correct?
Just
yeah, that's more than a
Joni, right?
typo.
Yeah, that's not a typo.
That's not a typo, that's just
Yeah.
incorrect.
It was a
Did you
wrong
cut and
bio
paste
for
this
Joni
from
Menard.
somebody else?
No, it was the wrong bio. There were multiple searches being conducted at the same time. It was just the wrong bio for the wrong person.
So is this a bio for somebody else that we are interviewing or not?
No, that is not someone you're interviewing.
Okay.
All right. So I think the homework for the committee members is to try to develop 2 or 3 questions, probably 3, in order of your priorities of what you'd want to look at.
When do you want
And
them?
I can send a memo on this. They would need to be vetted by, I think we want to have them vetted by Alicia before the interviews. So we should have this done.
Are we planning on discussing this at our next meeting?
We should probably discuss the topics. That way we're on the same page of diversity of questions for the next meeting, for the
Maybe we
16th.
should get these things submitted in advance of that meeting.
Yeah.
Should we also,
We can send you, I
No, I don't
No,
think
we
you can even
can't.
send me.
can't even send you topics?
No.
This is ridiculous.
I know.
This is just asinine. I do not want to participate in
It is
this.
an interesting
I hate
process.
the fact that MSA, or MA, whatever, has done it this way.
Because I couldn't even talk to the screening committee members.
It's asinine.
About.
It is not based in the law. It's paranoia.
No, it wasn't even majority.
Useless.
Yeah.
It is useless.
It's an interesting one. But this is, again, the process that we have to follow.
I mean, this is what we did for superintendent evaluations. Well, no, for superintendent evaluations, we sent it to one member.
Yeah, we did. This is the only.
Again, I would just stay focused on this. So we'll develop questions.
Should we also send, you talked about diversity of questions, if we also had specific topics we wanted to cover? Should we also list off those topics too?
We can.
I think on the 16th, we can
Okay.
discuss the topics. And if we feel like we're not hitting up the topics that we want, then we're going to
Okay.
have to reassign some areas.
So-
I am very flexible. I will do different areas if need be.
Let me just
But I think
ask-
some people probably have a wheelhouse that they want to talk about. I think that's good.
Let me just ask this.
Yes.
I do not think it is appropriate to ask the same generic questions to everyone. We had a problem at the beginning of this year with someone who had a very particularized profile and was harangued in the community. And if we ask the same generalized questions of everyone, we will not be able to test that kind of information. And I'm not sure what the purpose of the screening committee is if we can't ask individualized questions.
So I think the challenge there, and this is what I got from my research on this, is that if this an area that you want to hit on one of the candidates, you have to ask all of the candidates the same question. So it's the way you develop that question so that you actually can talk.
Is that what you did?
I don't understand.
You have to ask
Process.
everybody the same question.
But this is the process MASC is ordering us to do?
So Alicia, I don't know if you can clarify that part.
So this is the process that comes from the executive director and our legal counsel and our field directors. That the idea is that you give everyone the same level playing field. They all get the same access to the same questions, and then you judge them based on the questions they have developed. The questions they are answering that you have developed.
But we don't have to follow what she says.
But we
Well, I think it's
should.
the legal obligation that if you're grilling
I don't-
someone on a certain
is what they
topic
did
and
for
not grilling the other
That is
people
not
on
a legal obligation. You
This
do
is
I
what
would
we-
be worried
This is what
about
we
the
did for the
legal
town
obligation.
manager position too, and this is what.
Sure,
This is
that's
what
fine.
public boards do when
This
hiring.
is not what boards do. I'm on 2 other boards, and this is definitely not what we do. This is lunacy, that we can't ask individual questions to individual people. Like, if somebody has something that's outstandingly great or outstandingly worrisome, we can't ask them. We have to do it in this vague, generic manner.
I understand the frustration, but I would not support asking different questions to different people. I don't want to put
I am not
Lunenburg in
participating. If I can't ask individual questions to individual people, I am not participating. That is just insane. I don't care what they tell us. If they send me a legal memo with case cites, I will read it. But if I cannot ask individual questions to individual human beings, I do not understand the value of this process. That's it. I cannot support this. I do not think we should have used MASC. They have sent us garbage in the past. They have sent us garbage now. I do not support this in any way. It is just bonkers. We're going to run into the same problem that we ran into at the beginning of the school year, and we're going to do the same thing. It's like, I do not think this is a good, effective way to use our time. And quite frankly, I'm just concerned that we will screw ourselves over by doing this in this regimented cookie cutter way. It's easy for them to manage, but it does not produce good results for us.
I don't think this is MASC.
This is MASC. I mean, this is the memo that they sent us.
MASC didn't manage our town manager.
No, but like the same, I'm sure it's the same kind of process there. But what I'm saying is, like, if we are not asking individual people individual questions, then we have failed in screening those people.
I'd like to know that, and I ask this in all sincerity, I just don't know. I would like to understand the underpinnings for this guidance.
Yes.
Is this Mass General Law? Is this DESI guidance? Is this lawyers for MASC? Or is this an executive at MASC? Where does this guidance originate from. And I'm not on board with Tony's criticisms here, mostly because I'm not an attorney and I don't know. However, I also think that we need to be very careful about giving everybody an equal and fair shot. And if that means setting a framework for asking questions and topics that we are going to hit, an opportunity to present a position, and then an opportunity to ask a follow-up question, which I think is well within the bounds of a normal dialogue. Like, in my opinion, that would be a path to maybe where we could agree, right?
Yeah, that's
Like,
fine.
But I tend to agree with your frustration, but I just don't know where this is coming from. And I'd like to understand that. By the way, when I did the school committee training, the one-day mandatory MASC training, we got the same story at that meeting, but it was presented to us as thou shalt.
Yes.
And I did not get a clear answer at that time.
No, I did not
Who
either.
said thou shalt? And I just don't know. And I really do want to know, because to the extent that I'm not bound to something as rigid, but do have the opportunity to get to a place where I think everybody's gotten a fair shot, and we all believe that we've got the right information to make a decision, that's really where we want to be.
Yes, I agree.
I would love follow-up questions. I would love to look into the possibility of everyone gets the same questions, but if we have, okay, that was an interesting thing you said, let's maybe ask a follow-up question about that little thing or that little detail. Which also is just more conversational, because this is an interview. This is if someone says something, it's a back and forth.
And that's another good point, is we also need to get a handle on the character and the interpersonal skills of the candidates. And to do that, where they know the questions coming in, have a full prepared answer and no interaction or dialogue, is not going to give us a fair look at the interpersonal skills of the candidate. Like, we're just not going to get that.
Alicia, do you have any response?
So yes, I think what I'm going to do is I would suggest what we start with is start developing your questions like we had talked about, develop your questions, develop your categories, that sort of thing. Send them to me, and then I can turn them back around and I can get some more feedback from my executive director and our legal counsel before your meeting on, did you say it was the 16th?
I mean, I'm just not going to spend time. If I don't know why I'm doing this, I'm not going to spend my time as a volunteer to help with this lunacy.
Well,
I want the answers before we do it. I am not doing it otherwise.
Again, it is to try to get our next superintendent.
That's fine.
That you'll be working with.
Do not care. If we are not allowed to even ask follow-up questions and everything has to be scripted, what is the point in doing this entire process? And I know that that is not the law. No one would think that is the law. That is just crazy. And
Nobody said there weren't going to be follow-up questions. The idea is that everyone starts with the same questions so that you can drill down deeper on them, but that everyone gets the same questions to begin with, so that you're evaluating all of the candidates on the same questions.
I understand that. What you are not giving us answers on is what is the minimum legal requirement, in your opinion, to how to conduct this, as opposed to what is the most structured cookie cutter way to do this. I want to see how people genuinely think, not what scripted answer they could come up with 2 days before the interview sitting in a coffee shop. So I'm just saying this. I know this is going to make it harder. I refuse to participate until we are given some indication as to why they're doing this.
I think it's, again, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but it's what the will of the committee, what the school committee wants to do, and how we'll proceed. And again, I think we've had this discussion before, that we could stop the search today and appoint a superintendent if we chose.
Yes.
But I think we have some direction at this point. So if there's no other discussion, we will move on.
By the way, I do think that we probably need, before the 16th, you need to work with us, Mr. Chair, and figure out a schedule for the interviews that is going to work.
Yes.
Because we all have professional obligations that I think is pretty likely to throw this thing off track.
Yes.
And so somebody's going to have to give or something, and we need to figure that out sooner
Yeah.
rather than later.
So, Alicia, I don't know, too, if that's going to be a likely possibility that members can reach out to you with their schedule? How can we coordinate that?
So generally
sense.
what we do when we're coordinating the in-district days is we start about mid-morning and we have the candidate come in and meet with the staff. They generally meet with the current superintendent, the leadership team. They do building tours with the current superintendent. As the afternoon goes on and the teachers are out of class, they will have focus groups with the teachers, and there will be, for each of these, the feedback survey. Once we get into the evening, there would be a community and parent and or guardian forum in the evening, and then following that, there would be the interview with the school committee that night. Generally, what happens is that schedule is followed during the day. The school committee isn't needed until that night for their school committee interview. The school committee does not attend, by best practices, the school committee doesn't necessarily attend the focus groups during the day. They get the feedback from the focus groups. That way, your staff, your parents can ask questions of the candidates in a way that they feel like they have more leeway to do so. So then that night, after the interview, all the surveys come back to you, and when we do the scheduling, we try to put the candidates on the days that work for them. If you need to go over a 2-week span, we can potentially do that. You have 4 candidates, so that would be a very long week. It's not unheard of to do 4 in-district days and then vote on the 5th. It's also not unheard of to do 2, take a day off, 2, and then vote the next week as well.
So maybe that's the possibility that we're looking at, maybe the April 28th to the 2nd week, and also using the May 5th to the 9th week, and making a decision in that 2nd week, checking
we can
out
do that.
basically everybody's schedules and seeing
Yeah,
if
I mean,
we're,
the problem that we have is I'm traveling the last week of April and he's traveling the week after that. So we're going to have to figure this out. I also, frankly, given everything that's going on, the fact that we're going to town meeting, we've got a lot of things in flight, I'm not sure that 4 consecutive nights is the right way to, and then a 5th to select somebody is the right way to do this. My preference is we come up with 2 nights or 1 night or 1 day, like a Saturday or something.
Yes.
A Saturday.
And drive through it.
Yep.
And they can do their on-site stuff during the week as outlined, and then the school committee interviews
could be on a
all
separate
happen on
day.
1 day or something along those lines. And my preference would be, let's do it on a Saturday or something.
Okay.
Let's do it right after town meeting.
That'd be perfect.
Worst day ever.
Which is an interesting point, which is town meeting is sitting right in the middle of this.
Town meeting is the 3rd.
All right, so I can work with Alicia, and we'll see if we can set up a schedule. We'll have to reach out to each member to try to get their schedule, so we know what days work and don't work.
Mother's Day is the 11th.
And then we can reach out to the candidates.
There's a lot going on then.
All right. Any other discussion? Alicia, anything else to add?
I am sending you that updated memo right now.
Thank you. All right, moving on. The next item is a discussion FY26 budget free cash.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so I have engaged the principals in some conversation around ideas for how we might approach the free cash. And I've also solicited some input from each of you. I think the way I've been thinking about it are there are sort of 3 bucket areas. One way to use the money is to restore positions. A different bucket would be to restore some of the expense cuts. But I also think that there's a 3rd bucket, ways in which we can use the funds that get us into a better position to face the budget that we'll have to develop for '27. So in conversations with my admin team, the positions that they thought they would like to see as the highest priority for consideration would be the phys ed teacher position at the high school, the assistant principal position at the middle high school, the fifth grade teacher at Turkey Hill, the high school math teacher position, restoring the .4 music teacher cut, the world language teacher position at the middle high school, the high school secretary position, and the part-time athletic secretary position. Relative to purchases, touch view screens at the primary, restoring the iReady diagnostic only, the diagnostic, not the MyPath individualized learning. IXL, that individualized learning platform for 912, and the possibility of purchase or lease of 2 transport vans. I think the feedback that I got from members of the committee seems to me that the positions of most interest for conversation for free cash would be the PE teacher at the high school, the math teacher at the high school, and the grade 5 teacher. And then relative to restoring expense cuts, the committee feedback seemed to indicate that iReady was something of interest. And then a few thoughts relative to ways in which we might consider using the free cash that would help position us more optimally for budget development in FY27. Things like applying some monies to increase the salary for the business manager position, whether that is whether we call it a business manager or we keep a finance director title on it or what have you. Essentially, this is the one reduced position that we have in the budget, but we only budgeted it at $90,000, and the town manager is very concerned that we will not have any qualified applicants at that level. Relative to a conversation earlier, we could consider hiring additional finance staff because the demands for budget have increased significantly in the last couple of years. We know that Mr. Santry has conveyed the challenges of reducing staff with the schedule. We could potentially spend some money to contract a consultant to come in and work with the team to find ways to optimize the schedule, which would potentially allow us to better utilize staff across 612 and potentially find ways to optimally position individual classes or singleton sections of courses to minimize conflicts for students. We probably should consider, once a list is more finalized, putting some of the free cash toward unemployment. There is money in the budget line for unemployment. I can tell you that there are several positions that are open, so there won't be any unemployment costs associated with those cuts. We have had some individuals whose positions were being cut. They have resigned positions already, so there won't be unemployment eligibility there. There are a couple of retirements, so there won't be eligibility there. So we need to narrow the list and try to figure out exactly which individuals will actually be cut. And then we'll work with Mr. Ayala, the town finance director, to figure out what's the reasonable budgeted line for unemployment, anticipating that all of those folks may be eligible and actually collect. I think that we should really consider supplementing some of the athletic budget, because we have to get the health of that revolving account to a better place to position us better for the budget in '27. Right now, it's a liability, as far as I'm concerned. Purchase of those touch view screens for the primary school, that has an impact on the learning that's happening in the classrooms, and whether we want to consider purchase of some touch view screens, or whether we want to consider purchase of the touch view screens for all of the classrooms. Something for conversation.
If it was a bundle of all of the classrooms, could that fall under capital planning?
It can. I can tell you from previous years in front of capital plan, there have been members who believe that technology should just be part of the operating budget. So we could pursue that path. I just don't know how successful we would be, particularly up against real need for other things elsewhere. I just don't know that we'd get it above a funding line. And the other use of the money that would position us well for the FY27 budget and beyond was this idea of the transport vans. So as I have looked into that more deeply, initially we were talking, based on the AD's recommendation, 2 15-passenger vans would help us immensely reduce transportation costs with D-Bus to get our kids to different games. Problem is, again, the law is always creeping up and...
But that's not what the law says. The quote that's here is incorrect. If you look at the law, if you look at 49 USC 3112, subsection A, 2, it says, a school or school system may not purchase or lease a new passenger van if it will be used significantly by or on behalf of the school or the school system to transport pre-primary, primary, or secondary students to or from a school or an event related to school. That's where the quote ends. But then this says, unless the 15-passenger van complies with motor vehicle standards prescribed for school buses and multifunctional school activity buses under this title. So it's not a hard and fast no. It just means it has to be like a regular school bus. It has to work like a regular school bus. So...
Right, which I did not price out a regular school bus.
No. What I'm saying is if the 15-passenger van meets the safety standards for a regular school bus, we could do it.
So I don't know if it will, because we've had conversations with the dealership.
Yeah.
And they said,
Can't do it.
yeah, so,
So my concern is that you go to any like sporting event, especially golf matches and golf state championships and district tournaments, there's these vans lined up.
Yeah.
Like the whole
Are
parking
they
lot's full of them.
15-passenger vans or are they 11-passenger vans?
Well, let's look into the vans that other schools are using and let's utilize those.
I mean, that may be the
vans,
rub,
right? That's my thought.
right? Like, after our conversation the other day, I started researching 11-passenger vans, and it turns out they're not as plentiful on the market.
they're not.
But they're there. I mean,
Yep.
Ford makes a Transit
Yep.
11-passenger van.
Yep.
So,
And I think it's collaborating with the Central Mass or Midland Wachusett League, and let's talk about to those superintendents and those athletic directors to see what kind of vans they're using and maybe even who they buy them from.
Yeah, there's a lot of schools that are using them, so I'd like to know what they're doing, how much they paid, and what regulations they're following.
What are your expectations, Mr. Chair and Dr. Burnham, in terms of where we land this? Because we have there's an article at town meeting, and town meeting is 4 weeks from tomorrow. So how are we going to land this? Because there's a lot here.
I think it's a discussion today and potentially a vote next meeting. Getting some ideas of where the committee stands and what they're interested in.
I think we're obviously not ready for the van.
Well, I'd like to be. I'd like to drive that, no pun intended,
Hey, it
to completion.
specifically said if
I
a
think
parent
this is
has
like-
a passenger van and
I
the
think
parent
this is-
wants to drive.
I think this is, that doesn't,
We're not-
like,
I don't
as a
think-
coach, as a former golf coach, I would drive the van all the time.
Did you really?
The state, all the time? The state tournaments, the district tournaments, the league tournaments. I would drive across the state, all different golf tournaments. And I've even done it for other sports where there's not a lot of kids that are going, if it's just a varsity team.
I think
does
we need
not
to drive
seem-
this to ground. Because, I mean, the leasing costs, while not inexpensive on a per-year basis, if we could take $30,000 of this $500,000 free cash and put it to 2 11-passenger vans for a year and see what happens, we know a lot more about how we can economize this thing than we would know otherwise.
Correct.
And in my mind, that's worth the time and effort to figure out.
I lean towards do the investment, purchase it, and it provides you with all these opportunities to transport these kids to different events.
Well,
You're already paying for buses.
So if I had a lot more money than we have, I think I would be there. It's just, we don't have anywhere near enough money to cover all this stuff that's on this list.
Oh, absolutely. These were just
Right.
items put up for conversation based on a few thoughts I had relative to what I thought might be helpful to get us further along as we're going to be facing another round of cuts next year, likely. What would position us well, give us information that we could utilize to help us with the budget. But also, again, just soliciting input from my admin team as well as members of the committee, just in an attempt to narrow the focus of the conversation. That said, pretty much anything's on the table.
Are you ready for feedback on this, other than the vans?
Yeah, I think that was the last slide, right? Yeah, that's the slide.
So,
Last slide.
in my thinking on this, normally would be if you're using free cash, use it on one-time expenses, right? However, given where we are and the magnitude of the cuts we're facing and the hope that we're going to address the problems that we talked about at the beginning of this meeting with respect to overrides and a long-term plan, my default is actually against what I would normally do with free cash and use this to somewhat level the transition or ease the pain, particularly when it comes to personnel cuts. That said, if I were a person in any one of these positions, it's a precarious situation because you're going to know that your position is being funded by free cash. So I just want to throw that all out there. I think it needs to be said. You may recall several weeks ago, I voted no on our program of study vote. And my reasoning at the time was that I think that our high school program, if it's a chessboard, we need to throw the pieces up in the air and see where they land and figure out a better way of doing business. And to the best of my knowledge, we really haven't done that. And the justification for the first thing on there, a PE teacher at the high school, is to fill 10 empty slots over 2 halves a year, right? So a gym teacher would teach 5 blocks in the first half and 5 blocks in the second half. So it's a full-time teacher. But we voted against pursuing waivers for PE. Part of the justification here is to fill electives for kids that have already met the 1.5 requirement for PE. And we're going to hire or retain a PE teacher before you retain an assistant principal or a math teacher or a music teacher or a world language teacher. In my mind, that just doesn't sit well with me. And I would not support that. I think that we should not be bound by the chains that we have put around our own limbs. And I just think we put ourselves on a course where we're doing this. I can't see retaining a PE teacher over a teacher that teaches a subject that we measure, that we will sit here in the fall and winter and measure student performance around. We are not measuring PE performance. We are measuring math and science and English and topics like that. So for starters, that doesn't sit well with me.
I would invite Dr. Burnham and her team to respond.
It looks to me as though Mr. Santry would like to respond.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And Mr. Beardmore, I appreciate your comments. You know, Mr. Scullambrini about 20 minutes ago asked for, why don't we get some information from the people with the boots on the ground? So the three principals that manage and operate your schools came together and prioritized these positions to come back because they would have the greatest impact on students coming back to the high school. So it wasn't just the high school principal putting these together, it was all three leaders coming together and prioritizing what would come back. Why did we make that choice? Dr. Bookus put in a pretty comprehensive presentation in January around us adopting new standards in PE and health. And also, this one position affects the most amount of students as in terms of direct teaching, and also the most amount of spaces that I can open up that allows students to have more choices. I have also given a presentation on class size is the wrong metric to be looking at a high school. If you want all of my classes to be 25 and 30, that's not going to happen. You can cut until the day ends. I'm not going to be able to get to 25 and 30 people in a class. I have to offer AP Anatomy to seniors. There are not going to be 30 kids in those classes. There's going to be 10 or 15 that need it to get into a 4-year nursing class, but it's never going to be 30. I'm never going to have 30 in an AP math class, but those kids need it to go to WPI, MIT, or even be considered for those classes. I'm not going to have 30 in my essentials class, but I'm not going to, because I don't have 30 kids who might be the first to get a high school diploma. You got to stop looking at class size. This is the piece that will impact our students the most. It will loosen up that schedule. You can have as many experts come in and take a look at the schedule. It's not mismanaged. So it's because we continue to look at this class size to be like K-8, it'll never be like K-8. We have to offer choices to students. This return of a PE teacher does that. So students are now able to take 2 APs or 2 honors because I can put kids in a different elective or I can put them in a different UA. It's how a high school schedule works. So the more choices you take away, the less choices kids can take. So the three of us sat down, we prioritized PE, and we prioritized the assistant principal at the high school because you have 820 adolescents plus 135 staff members and only 3 administrators. It's going to bump our rates. I don't know, I'll be doing 45 or so evaluations. I'll be doing 50 or so 504 plans. This is why the principals got together to give you this information. So that's my backing for why those positions.
I appreciate the commentary, Mr. Santry. And maybe we need to take another look at this, and you need to explain it to me better. I just am not at a point where I can understand how adding a PE teacher gets you to the point where a kid can therefore
Let me try to explain it this way. If we have one PE teacher and PE 9 is mandatory, all the kids are taking PE 9. I've now created 3 more singletons, 10, 11, and 12, that locks the schedule even tighter. So if I can offer PE at different grade levels and give them more choices, students aren't locked in to be able to take an honors or an AP class in one block.
Once again, I think you've locked yourself in. I mean, your grade 9 example is a perfect example. Why are we mandating grade 9 PE when all we have to do is offer PE?
So,
Mrs.
And we
Scolambrini?
haven't seen the curriculum.
So can I just, I'm gonna try to do a bad job of what you just said. My understanding, having talked to Dr. Bookus and done some research, having taken comments that you have made here and followed them to ground, is that it is wrong to use class size as a measure in high school, because the bigger determinant for student achievement among high school students is class choice.
Yes.
Class choice improves student outcomes. In the way that we make our schedule, the PE requirement essentially becomes like a choke point, or like, if you think about it from like a logic problem perspective, a key log. It's not the most important piece. It's not the only piece. It's the piece that's in the way of making the schedule work for everybody else. So if we would restore the PE position, it would allow flexibility that would in turn allow improved student class choice, which would increase student achievement.
You did a fantastic job of explaining that.
Okay. I don't see why we should not listen to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Brzezowski?
Oh, no, I was thinking aloud, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just
actually-
making sure everybody has a voice.
No, the PE teacher, it does make sense to me if it frees up the students to take other things. It does. I would actually like to also look at maybe restoring the world language teacher position if we had a price tag attached to that one as well. However, adding everything all up through an additional $20K for the business manager, we're already at $310,333, so.
But the buses are only like 65.
So I would agree with part of what Mr. Beardmore stated. I think the positions are actually more important. They're people. They're also going to help educate our students. We want the people in front of our students back. The challenge, yes, it is free cash, but this whole reason for the free cash is to get a comprehensive override next year, where we're going to continue to keep these staff. So that is my thought. I appreciate Mr. Santry's information about the PE, because I was also very confused on why PE was on the list, because I have concerns that that's not as impactful to the students' learning. But I would agree with, because based off the explanation, I would agree that I appreciate the priority list and I would support it, and I think the positions are more important than the supplies. At this juncture in time, it's the best, worst decision we can make, I guess.
I would also add,
Mr. Beardmore?
you know, we got to sell this to town meeting. We're going to put a PE teacher above grade 5 math, music, world language. We're going to do that?
We're going to trust the experts to tell us what to do.
Yeah, and 8 out of 11 positions were already restored to pre-K through 5.
We have shackled ourselves with this schedule, and we have failed to think creatively, to look at other options. We've turned down looking at waiver options. We are mandating 9th grade PE when we don't have to. We are shackling ourselves here, and as a result of that, we are not hiring back teachers of subjects that we measure our students' performance on because of this idea that it brings additional choice. I don't think I can get there, and I may be the one dissenting vote, but I would again caution you, we need to sell this to town meeting.
Ms. Squire?
And I don't, there are going to be a lot of people who are going to think exactly like I do when it comes to this.
So, Mr.
I agree,
Beardmore,
yeah.
what I would encourage you to look at, and we pride ourselves on being able to offer AP courses, honors courses, right? Kids, social, emotional, mental well-being, they need that break. PE offers it. We do in PE, you are measuring students. There are PE curriculum standards. It's part of the Massachusetts curriculum frameworks. We are measuring students' performance.
I've never seen a report of PE performance.
It's on the report card.
6 years of showing up here at public meetings. I've never heard a discussion about it.
Our kids get graded on it. They-
But I'm saying what we measure, what we prioritize as a school committee, the only discussions about PE that have occurred in this meeting in the 3 years prior to my being on the school committee, where I was the rep for the finance committee, are the conversations that I have asked for. It has never been discussed.
So I would,
I challenge the notion that it's a priority.
From my perspective, what I misunderstood before Dr. Bookus corrected me and Mr. Santry gave me information about class choice, is that I'm thinking of this schedule as like, this is a buffet of choices, right? But I think the better way of thinking of it is, this is a menu and we can't cook everything at the same time. And so by having this one additional PE class, it opens up the schedule so that really high achieving students can take classes that will never have, as Mr. Santry said, they'll never have 25 kids. Like, they're just, like, I probably would not be taking any AP classes, maybe other than history. Like, I would not be in AP math, but like, there are kids that are gonna need that schedule flexibility, and if we don't have the way to make the schedule work, then it's not, and I appreciate what you said, Principal Squire, about like the value of PE. For me, it's, do I trust the experts? Yes. And then second, understanding how the schedule plays out and the fact that we're giving the kids the ability to choice into, very difficult selective classes, or on the other end, classes that will give their family an opportunity to break intergenerational poverty. Like that, it's not the class, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
How many?
I think what's lacking.
More AP classes are we going to offer next year than this year?
I don't have that number off my head. We aren't cutting any AP courses.
No AP classes.
I think what we're lacking, though, is the impact statements. I think we need impact statements on these positions.
We got them, didn't we?
But the impact statements on the positions as they need to be
Wasn't it on the priority?
restored.
Part of
yeah.
the didn't we get another priority list?
Yes.
I had shared it through a survey.
Okay,
You had,
yeah.
yeah. But you also have the impact statements that are in that slide deck, the giant slide
Okay.
deck, for
Was that-
every single position. So when you look at the impact statement, you just think of it in reverse.
Okay, that's
That
why I
this
couldn't-
impact won't be
But
here.
I think
So
these
that's why I
impact
couldn't
statements
find
will be
it.
vital for, say, town meeting.
I couldn't find the
Yeah.
impact
Those
statements,
expectations
and I'm like, I
public.
swore I read the impact statements, and I swear I saw a priority list, but it was a survey.
All right.
Was
so I-
that ranked in
Yes,
order?
They were in this order.
Okay. So what I wanted to say was, this was a priority list done by not just Mr. Santry, but by Mrs. Squire and Mr. Yvonne. And number one on all three of their priority lists that they came up with together was the PE teacher. And if I have three principals telling me, restore the PE position, it is our number one priority, then I'd like to restore the PE position, especially when the high school is one place that we have not restored positions. And if they're telling me it's going to help, I would like to restore the PE position.
So,
I understand.
For what it's worth, 7 of the 8 positions that are listed here are high school positions.
but please,
And 8 of
Because-
the 11 were restored earlier to pre-K through 5.
I totally agree. No, I agree
This-
with
they-
you.
No, I
are
know.
getting the
I'm not
brunt.
I
arguing
don't want to
against that.
restore all of those.
What I'm saying here, I'm not.
But I'm
not
gonna
arguing
pick the number one.
With restoring high school positions, I'm arguing with the prioritization. That's
So-
my problem.
So I think we also saw that the younger grades didn't get massive cuts because there was a lot of concern that that's where a lot of that growth is in the
Yes.
learning in the second grade and third grade and the reading. And that was a lot of the concern of the public and this committee. And at the high school, sadly, took the biggest hit. And now when we're going to restore,
But
I think
I think we
it
can-
doesn't surprise us that the admin team is saying, we need to restore some of these high school positions.
I think we can sell it to the public, increase choices, so students can choose the classes they want, and maybe we don't list PE teacher first on the list of restored cuts. Maybe it goes in the middle.
No,
And again, it needs the
They're gonna know, because we just
justification.
talked about it, but
But
like,
it
it needs
doesn't
the
have to be number
justification.
one at the top. Maybe we put math teacher.
but like every single person that's gonna go to town meeting is gonna understand the fact that you need to carry a backup catcher on your baseball team, even if he bats 180, because if you don't have that person, you will forfeit the game if your catcher gets injured.
Also, I feel like we
This is
owe
the same
an
kind of thing with
apology
PE.
to
We are
the PE
focusing
teacher.
on the subject as opposed to the system as a whole, which is exactly what I was asking for.
All right. I think
I think we can sell this.
I think the superintendent has some good feedback from the school committee. This is just a discussion item. We can continue this on our agenda for a future meeting.
Thank you.
And I don't mean to suggest that PE teachers are backup catchers. I'm just using that as a way to explain it to people that are not educationally
It is a challenge.
tuned in.
With a sports analogy.
I
All right.
It was.
So let's continue. The next item on the agenda is a discussion on the athletics summer camps update.
Wait, are we done with the free cash one?
That is the free cash discussion.
The unemployment costs I wanted to talk about. Are
Okay.
there any other departments in town where their budget holds their unemployment costs, or is it just us? When we are forced to do large amounts of layoffs because we don't have the budget, then we have to also pay those unemployment costs, because the irony of this is, it's a lot.
So the challenge is it's a town obligation, right? So it's a town obligation. So if they are obligated to do it,
Yeah.
then I guess they're obligated not to give us as much free cash to pay for those
It just,
unemployment.
This is covered by, we can't do anything with it. It's
We
covered
also,
by federal law.
we also, to my knowledge, I don't think we've done layoffs at the town level.
Not extensive. And this isn't even.
Maybe
gonna
one
be
or two in the last 6 years.
That
but, I mean,
extensive. People are already looking for jobs to,
you know what, I would like to put this in there. I would like a town meeting to highlight the fact that, yeah, this is how many layoffs we're doing, we need an override next year. So yeah, I think it makes a very good political statement. This is how many, so many overrides, that, so many layoffs, that we need to factor in unemployment costs. So yeah, no, that absolutely should be included. The business manager position, I think we should go up to 20,000, and we definitely need to hire, like, someone with a lot of accounting experience.
yeah, I think that was a concern of the town manager too. Making sure we hire someone.
And she's giving us the money.
I'm not
We gotta keep her happy.
sure,
Yeah.
to Peter's point about selling it, I'm not sure the touch view screens are a great.
That's going to be a tough sell.
Right.
I love the touch view screens. I think they're fantastic. I've seen some of the teachers do amazing things with it. But to an outsider, it looks like such a luxury.
Yeah.
And I know that I know how much it can do, but it looks like we're just
And
blowing money.
I think that goes to the comprehensive long-term planning, that those are going to be in a long-term plan of supplies,
Maybe we can put them on a bus.
technology and supplies.
Yeah.
No, I think
It's just,
it's a people. It's a people free
Uh,
cash.
this looks like
I would add, I do support the idea of either putting more money to the position that you highlighted, that the town manager doesn't think is sufficient, and potentially looking at some additional help when it comes to the inevitable research work that will be required to arrive at a long-term financial plan. We are going to restructure this position. We're going to bring in an accountant who is going to have an awful lot to catch up on and get up to speed on. And our expectation is that they, and a new superintendent, are going to deliver us together with the town manager and finance director to a point where we have a collective plan by next budget season, I don't think that that's feasible. The reason why we were not able to do the things that we thought we would do this year is not entirely, but in part because we lost a town manager in the middle of it. We had an interim town manager. We hired a new town manager. We changed finance directors. We lost a chair of the finance committee. That kind of churn has an effect on your ability to execute these strategic things that we need to execute. So, and it's one-time money if we do it right. So I think we should think about spending there as an investment to make better decisions for the out.
What's the most important things to get through this year? Is the big.
Gary spending free cash on salaries, though.
Again, it's the cuts this year, the cuts
Yeah, I
next
mean,
year.
we're in a
If-
bad
if-
situation,
if-
right?
If
I
the
do.
override doesn't pass,
But
there are
you
still
do,
going to be
you
massive
do make a
cuts.
good point
But
about
if the
we
override
are
passes, you're keeping those staff.
going to have an increased demands on that department next year, and there will be someone new in there, and that's a very good point, so I think maybe that should,
Mr.
I think that should be
Scolambrine?
a part.
I just asked, I'm assuming that Mr. Bigelow is here for the athletic
Yes,
summer
this is
camp.
next, yeah.
If we
Are we
could get
ready?
him up and get him to talk, because I don't know if everybody.
Are we good to continue now? Okay. So if there's no other discussion, let's move on then. So I think the superintendent has some good feedback. So next up, discussion on the athletic summer camps update. Mr. Bigelow?
Sure, everyone wants to talk about summer camps now?
Yes.
Been waiting all night.
Anything is better than the budget again.
So Ms. Peterson actually reached out to the Board of Health. They gave us a checklist to go through to look over. It sounded like in their response that because we were a school, that we would qualify for most of those on that checklist. Other than that, I mean, it is what I gave you in the proposal. Those coaches are on board with running those weeks.
Does it conflict with any camps run by the town in any way?
No.
Just,
I do not believe that it did. When I gave the dates back to Dr. Burnham, I went off of your email and the dates that were given to her by the Parks and Rec, and I think that we stayed away from every week. I didn't think that it was going to be possible, to be honest with you. When I got those dates, I said, I don't know if this is, going to happen, because one of them was July 4th, which obviously takes that out.
I'm sorry.
Nobody runs a camp July 4th.
I don't have access to these files. I requested them.
I gave you permission. You still can't open them?
Nope. So can we table this? I don't have access to the files, and I can't.
I think-
You've got the Blue Knights basketball camp. That will happen at the middle high school gym the week of June 16th. Boys and girls grade 3 through 9.
Wait, do these interfere with the?
So I'll back up for a second, because it was called into question that I had given some false information deliberately. You might recall that there was a meeting over at the middle high school, one school committee meeting, and you might remember that Mrs. Archambault asked the AD whether or not any of his camps would potentially, have we reached out to, I think was the question, have we reached out to the rec department to see what they're doing so that we're not going to be in conflict?
And at that time, I did talk to somebody on the Parks and Rec department, and they gave me only 2 weeks that they were running sports camps. Dr. Burnham then came back with additional weeks. I'm not sure what those additional weeks included, but they were programming.
Right, so after that was called into question, I never said that I had reached out and talked with the rec department, so I did reach out to the rec director and asked her what weeks she was running things this summer. She gave me a full slate of weeks, which actually ate up almost all of the summer.
Quite a bit.
There were very few weeks left, but then I shared that list of weeks with AD Bigelow, and I asked that he make sure that any of the programs that we would run would not run those same weeks in conflict with those programs, and if necessary, that we would double up our own camps the same week if needed.
And
So,
to be honest with you, if that happened, that we had to double up our, I don't, that wouldn't be feasible. You couldn't do it with our facilities. You know, even if you're an outdoor sport, you need rain sites, it just wouldn't be able to happen. So then if one of those weeks does, and I, you know, misread or I, you know, went over on one of their weeks, you know, my question at that point would be what programming is that week? And if it's not a sports camp, you know, is it really stepping on anyone's toes?
So the concern, I think you heard it last meeting that we had this discussion, was Ms. Archambault, Mr. Beardmore, and myself all had concerns that we needed to make sure that the rec department was reached out to, that conversations were had. We want to, I think as a school committee, we want to make sure that all departments are working collaboratively, they're communicating, we're working together. So the concern is, again, that collaboration. I think the committee, and I don't want to speak for the committee, but for me, I want to make sure we're having those conversations with either the rec director, preferably the rec director, but maybe it is board members of their Parks and Rec, but making sure we're transparent, making sure that we're all on the same page. If we have to adjust our camps or they're adjusting their camps, but having that dialogue so that members of the Parks and Rec hopefully aren't blowing up that we're not following the right protocols, we're jumping into their space. I think if we can collaborate as best we can, I know it's not always possible, but
I agree.
Try to have that open dialogue and try to work together.
And I think that I believe that we stayed away from all the weeks that were passed on to Dr. Brennan.
the other key thing is whether or not we'll be able to get done everything that we need to get done for the Board of Health in time for all of this as well, because it is not insignificant.
So
No.
I
Well-
thought these weren't going to be called camps.
It's really not going to matter what we call them, because we are going to have to complete all of the paperwork, regardless of what we call them.
And that's normal, like, you know, and it really just goes town by town on how difficult or not difficult a Board of Health is to work with on these things, and we're about to find out.
Will you need a nurse on staff?
Yeah, a trainer or a nurse, typically at a sports camp, you would need, yep.
Okay.
Which just means that more of the revenue that comes in has to go to staff if we're going to have a nurse.
Have a breakdown of the revenue?
Well, I don't know until
Like,
we have
You
students
gotta wait
sign
till
up.
so many kids apply.
well, I meant, at least, do you have a breakdown of expenses and,
We'd have to figure out what the cut point is, where if we don't have X number of kids, we can't afford to run it because we won't be able to staff it. So,
yeah, I'm afraid this is going to end up costing us money.
We won't run it if
Yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't
No.
cost- if it costs money. You just don't run it.
But we got to do these to understand if
But-
it is a potential revenue.
right.
How will we know if
so
we
what you
haven't done the
do-
math?
This is why, and I was being asked at one point to say, how much staff and how much are we paying them? I don't know until you have kids sign up. You know, if you're running a camp, and
Okay.
I'm running a camp and I say, this is my basketball camp, if I got 25 kids signed up, I say, okay, this is an NCAA and an NBA division. I need 3 coaches plus myself. So that's 4 people. You know, you just figure it out.
So if you don't know what you're going to be paying, say, one coach, and then you get kids signed up and then realize we're going to be losing money, and then decide the week before
Wow.
camp to cancel,
I didn't say we
mean-
didn't know
I
what
mean,
we
they do
were
this
paying
every
them. I
year
said,
with
how
the,
many?
like the sports leagues. It's not a big deal.
So my thought on this is that we figure out, what do we pay for the summer camp coordinator? Because there would have to be somebody to take the payment and the health paperwork, so on and so forth, right? We're going to need to decide what we would pay a senior coach.
Yeah, I know,
Like
I
an
just
adult,
like
and then we'd have to
see that.
figure out like what the pay is for a junior coach, which would be a student, not one of our coaches. And my thought is that we articulate those we add them to the unaffiliated salary schedule that you just approved a couple of weeks ago. So it spells out what the pay rate is for different levels of coach or the coordinator or what have you. So we can iron that out, but I think the point he's getting at is, as far as how much revenue could come in, the numbers of kids participating is going to drive how many coaches or assistant coaches he's going to have to bring on to manage the number of kids. So we would probably have to sit down and figure out, if we hit this threshold, we got to bring on another junior coach or something.
There is always revenue, it's just a matter of how much.
And you'd have a deadline
I don't think
when the
there's-
students
Yeah, I mean,
apply
we're-
for.
Always
Yeah.
revenue. I mean, I
Yeah.
think if you have one kid sign up,
Well, yeah, you
We're not going to run it.
We're not running it.
can't have a basketball
And
camp.
when would you be able to make that decision of when you're not going to run it, so parents and families can
So
make those?
I had suggested that we consider a deadline for registration for any of these camps. They would all go out and be advertised at the same time. And if we set a deadline date sometime early, mid-May, then that's plenty of notice, because you're a month out
think a month,
before
yeah.
you'd be running anything. You'd have a month's notice
Parents
to
can plan.
parents that it's not going to run due to lack of enrollment.
And the rec department has done that in the past too, where they can't run a program.
My guess is that the rec department has done this enough.
which is why I had asked that we talk to the rec department and cooperate with them. It seems like that would have been the easier way to do it.
Mr. Beardmore?
So one of the items that was brought up in the email that we received from Mrs. Menard was this idea that the rec department covers K through 6, and the schools cover 7 through 12. Which, much like my earlier comment pertaining to PE, I had never heard in 6 years of paying fairly close attention to this. So one of these camps is for a K through 9. So can somebody help me out here? Is this like an actual thing? Is there policy? Is there a handshake? Is there, what is there that, because I feel like we're being expected to conform to rules that I've never seen before or heard before.
There, to my knowledge, there is no guiding rule on any of that, and I would just offer for consideration that prior to the hiring of a rec director position, a handful of years ago now, the schools were already in the K-5 zone because we were doing extended day summer programming. And we've been doing that for more than 25 years. So we've always been in that space.
And just to, I don't know if the perception here is that it's only Lunenburg. I mean, when you run a sports camp of any kind, I mean, we're talking about anybody being able to pay and come to your camp. So I don't, Coach Therian, who's going to run the girls lacrosse, girls field hockey split camp, she knows that she already has 15 kids from out of Lunenburg that are signing up for that camp.
And your coaches would be able to distribute this to other Midland Wachusett coaches?
We're playing from, behind the 8 ball here, but we're going to catch up as much as possible if that's the case, get it out as many places as we can.
So to follow up on my earlier question, and thank you for answering it, I do think, and to your point, we are a little behind the 8 ball here, and it does feel like the cart's a little in front of the horse in some of these areas. I think we should do it. Like we agreed, like we want to experiment with this and see what happens. I do think that we've got to get, much like the issue earlier with the Finance Committee, we've got to get to a point where there is a clear understanding of what we do and what we don't do, and what they do and what they don't do, and what the overlaps are, or what the expectations are. Because I read things 2 weeks ago that I had literally read for the first time, and I can't find them in our policies. I don't know where to look for Parks Department policies. I admit I didn't go looking too hard, but if there are issues in terms of territorial issues, I do think we need to resolve them. We need to get them out in the open, have an honest, open conversation about them, resolve them, and then bring them back to the park commissioners and to the school committee and say, this is what we're doing. Because I don't feel comfortable, I feel uncomfortable saying, go do this, when there's some belief that we're treading on other people's territory.
I agree. I think it also is different if board members disagree with what we're doing versus the rec director. So I think having the conversation with the rec director, because a board could have 5 different people, all with their own opinions, but I think it's the rec director and the athletic director who really are.
Maybe they have a crazy
those
person on their
decisions.
board, just like I am.
Everybody's got a crazy person
Yeah,
on their
could be.
board, yeah.
Wait, how come you get to be the crazy?
Oh, I'm that's
Not.
after tonight's outburst, I'm definitely the crazy.
I think there's a lot to be said for not replicating services. I think it's important that we make sure we're not wasting town money throwing the same camp the same week, or 2 camps that compete with each other for the same age groups for kids that are in similar sports, because that's just a waste of money to split the vote. Or, no, to split the audience. I think that's a waste of money, and it's a waste of town resources, which is why I think we should be cooperating with the
Right.
Yeah,
Parks
I think there'd be a
Department.
lot of
Also,
collaboration, too.
because the rec director's really nice, and she does a good job, and
Yeah, she does.
I think we should collaborate with them. Like, the Parks Department has been growing rapidly and offering a lot more services, and I think we're not used to working with them because
I don't know that that is true. We have a lot of communication in an ongoing way with the rec director regularly all year long, because they primarily use TCP for their programming. So we have a really, I think, good working relationship with Angela Clement, the director. There are open lines of communication. We get emails frequently, and I bounced an email to her to make sure that I could verify for myself, in a response directly to me from her, what weeks she had already booked out programs. And then, really, there were literally 3 weeks left in the summer that we,
Right. And one of the camps is a strength and conditioning, so it's kind of, it's a
that's the-
multiple
yeah.
week, it's a totally different type of thing.
Right.
And believe, the idea was not, the intention was not to step on anybody's toes. If that's, the thought, was just an idea to bring revenue to a revolving account that pays for everything in athletics.
Any other, Mr. Scullin-Brady?
Just real quick. I think that one of the things that I have learned in the last 2 weeks is that, and I don't know a lot about the history of the town, and it is hard to operate in a town as small as Lunenburg without understanding the history. And when I learned about that history, I learned how special certain traditions were. And so whether there are rules or not, I think it behooves us to go hat in hand to the people that are the keepers of the history and ask, how do we do this in a way that works for the entire town? And that's all I would say.
Sure.
Any other discussion? We do have more on the agenda.
am I allowed to vote on it if I'm like?
No vote, just a discussion.
Oh, okay, because I'm like already ready to sign my kid up for one of the kids.
All right, thank you so much. All right, moving along. Next item on the agenda is school committee goals. I had put this because we've been waiting and putting it off, so it's in your folder.
You've got like
If we'd like to discuss it, we can, but it is also
3
9:45.
meetings left.
No, it's just more of an update on the goals, so that we're,
Okay.
again, paying attention to our goals, and,
Can we table?
yeah,
Or
we can just
can
move on and.
Review it in our own time?
Review it on your own time and think about all the wonderful things we've done towards these goals.
Thank
Or not have done. And if there's anything you want to keep pushing along, let me know. All right, new business, action item, we have annual town meeting, food, drink, and auditorium.
Oh, this is
Item.
my favorite thing we vote on.
I like reminding everyone what a good job our food services do.
Yep. So I spoke with Nadine Lorenzen, our food service director, to see if she would be able to coordinate bag lunches again this year for town meeting. I think things went pretty well last year, and they sold out. So she's put together a menu. There will be some options. There will be a turkey and cheese wrap or marble rye, an Italian sub, hummus, vegetables, and pita bread, or a garden salad with pita. The cost for this pre-bagged lunch will be $8. The lunches will be available between 11 and 1 to be purchased. They will come with one of the menu options above, plus bottled water, a bag of chips, and a cookie. Cash and carry, and there'll be a limited number of lunches available. I have already reached out to the town manager to let her know that we're going to offer this again this year, assuming that the committee votes to allow food in the auditorium. And we can coordinate through her, I think, to pre-order lunches should any of the members of the Finance Committee, the Select Board, or the other staff from Town Hall that work for the duration of town meeting, so that we ensure that they have the lunch of their choice ready.
People hiding behind the big board.
Yeah.
Board.
That's right.
Okay.
The magic board.
Can I motion?
Any questions or comments? All right, I'll look for a motion.
Motion to approve the town meeting lunch options as just outlined.
And do you want to combine it with the allowing food and drink in the
Oh, and motion to allow food and drink one time only, just this year, on town meeting, May 3rd, just during the town meeting in the auditorium at the high school. Please don't spill anything.
Please.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? No. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is first read policies, 1303.1 advertising in schools, 3601.1 proposed bus fee policy. Did we have any feedback from the public?
Actually, we did. We got a lot of feedback on the advertising policy, but not as it was written. My hope is that the policy subcommittee took in all of the feedback and made it as flexible and as ad revenue generating as possible. And I would, in particular, like to thank Amy King, who had a lot of really good ideas and answered email questions that I had. I hope that I shaped it as best as I could and enacted what she thought would work best after filtering it through a bunch of other people's opinions.
So that was feedback before the development of the policy, not
Before,
after.
yeah, that's what no, I don't think anybody has responded to these as written.
No, we,
So we did
as
get,
written.
we did get one feedback.
Oh, interesting.
See if I can find it here. Yeah.
We should read it aloud.
Yeah, I can read it out loud. Do I have to state their name? Do I have to state their name? Just read it.
Oh, no, I meant we should read the policy aloud, but
Oh, I gotcha. Should I read the feedback?
Sure.
it was good feedback.
Um,
Yeah, I meant we should read the policy aloud.
Yeah, if I'm going to read it, I'll read the name. So Christopher Sullivan stated that he was very happy to see the school embracing an advertising revenue stream. There were a couple questions. The advertising policy reads as though it is strictly limited to physical advertisements, would allow for announced sponsors instead, where they may not be a sign or a banner, i.e. tonight's game is brought to you by XYZ company, or maybe a company is hosting a table for advertising at an event for a game or band concert. I'm not sure if that's the level of, like, say, Leominster football, but it seems like at their games, their sponsors announce for different plays throughout the game, touchdown sponsors, etc. Could someone sponsor team uniforms? How does this impact booster groups if they were to look at sponsors? Would they interact with the superintendent or a designee or on sponsorships? And he's looking into advertising policy that Parks has, and that would impact any possible signage related to baseball or softball at Marshall Park. So thank you, Chris Sullivan, for the feedback, and I'll open it up to,
So I would just offer this thought. I think that we're thinking both. It's a advertising policy and moving forward with a sponsorship model as well, but not, if they're not looking for advertising, then that mention of this is a sponsor for this event.
The policy
Makes
does specifically reference real or otherwise property and digital property. So if somebody wanted to like sponsor the game, technically, I think
That would be allowed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do want to
Brzezowski?
point out for like baseball games, the baseball fields are not school property.
They are not.
Correct.
You would have no authority there.
So I wanted us to just be aware of that.
Yep.
So those are not our fields.
And members of the public can find this policy draft where?
Posted on the page where all of the policies are located, as well as posted with the documents for tonight's meeting. So it's posted in 2 places.
Okay.
I still think you should read it aloud.
So we can, or we can also make a motion to waive the reading as well. We will have 3 readings, and we can,
No, I think you should read it
Waive
aloud this time. I'll waive it next time, but I think this one is,
and we also have a bus policy. So before we do any of the readings, I think it might make, well, like, we could talk about it after the reading as well. But the bus fee policy, was there any feedback on that?
No.
I did have a question. The geodesic as the crow flies language, I don't know if that's clear, if that's the common language.
oh my God.
Or, I have concerns with the language, or the
We
clarity.
spent like an hour on how to do this.
Like straight line distance probably would have been okay.
Told you.
So the statute does not say route, it just says distance.
It
So
doesn't specify.
And I think people are going to be mapping it out on Google
I
Maps too.
said that. Didn't I say people are going to want a definition?
So that's why we put.
Well, I know you
geodesic.
definitely got the definition. I just don't know if that's the best wording. If that's going to be clear for the average Joe, 8th grade level, whatever.
We tried
reading
100
level.
different variations of this over the course of about an hour, and it was like, we'll put the actual map geography term, and then we'll put what it means.
And is the state 2 miles just 2 miles, or is it
It's
2
The
miles?
state
Just says
statute does
2
not
miles.
specify.
It says 2 miles
Just
says
says
2
2 miles, and different districts do it.
by roads
Different ways.
versus.
Distance
A lot
to
of-
door.
Are the kids
Geodesic
flying over the trees or through the woods? This is my worry.
That is what it does not specify.
How you
Depends
measuring
if they're
that?
coming via like drone delivery.
See, my thought would be shortest road distance on Google Maps or whatever, but I don't know how families are going to know whether they're.
The statute
in that
does
2
not
miles.
specify.
Well,
Whereas,
how would we as admin team going to measure the distance?
Oh, you can
How far away?
you can
Put a
switch
circle
on
Google
You
Maps.
check
on Google
that.
Maps, geodesic distance.
Circle
it'll
around
just
it.
tell you. It's-
All right. Good to know.
Because we're going to have to end up doing it for this stupid fee. Or we could just get rid of the fee and
We've already
not
done it.
have to lawyer.
So,
Nice.
so
Mr. Beardmore?
it's a comment, I don't really know how else to say this, but the policy on the advertising says the superintendent or their designee is empowered to solicit advertisements for property, real or otherwise, of the school district. And then it goes all the various things. My expectation was that there would be a little bit more specificity around what areas, who's actually doing the work, setting the rates, so doing the soliciting, like those kinds of things. Now, I'm not saying that that needs to be here. It doesn't. But I would like to set some sort of expectation in my head in terms of how's this going to happen, right? So there needs to be some sort of practical explanation to how this happens, not just a school committee policy to which we say, okay, fine, and then a new superintendent is going to come in and they and the athletic director just decide. So I think that and if that's the preference of the school committee, so be it. I won't be here to tell you that it's wrong, but
you can come and visit
yeah,
us.
I probably will, frankly.
Let's be clear.
But there's an opportunity here to raise a meaningful amount of money and offset some of our costs, but I think we need to be organized about it, I guess is what I'm saying. And this doesn't set expectations in terms of when and how the organization really happens.
So I think it's setting the policy is the job of the school committee, but maybe we can give it some more meat to it to say, okay, it's trying to increase revenue at market rates or something
So just
along.
one example, in a meeting a month or two ago, when this first came up, I honestly don't remember if it was a public meeting or a private conversation with the AD, so bear with me. But he suggested that, maybe there's it was a meeting that Laura and I had with him and Dr. Gilson. He suggested that maybe there's a committee, he talked about maybe reconstituting the Hall of Fame committee and tying that up together so that you have some folks who are very focused on promoting our athletic programs, have ties into the business community, and can help facilitate this sort of thing, right? Again, doesn't need to be bound in policy, but it's getting late. It's April, and we need a game plan for how we're going to do this if we're going to offset costs in the next fiscal year.
Perhaps there could be a new subcommittee that you could assign to people to at your reorg meeting in May.
Advertising or
Yeah.
revenue?
And then when there's a request made, then you would
advertising.
convene and review it and think whether or not it's reasonable and.
Yeah.
Probably right.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, and again, I'm not quarreling with any of the language here. I think that we kind of owe it
Yeah.
to our administrators and those who replace us, Brian and I, that there's clear guidance, direction, a plan for execution.
Well, I think that's
charge?
procedure. This is policy.
Can I?
Yeah, that's why I think it's
But we
more
haven't
policy.
had,
Procedure than
we
policy.
haven't set expectations as to when the procedure follows.
Can I just say this? I would like to ask somebody about how they do this at like St. Bernard's, because they have a ton of advertising at St. Bernard's. And so maybe they have insights in how to do
But I think it's giving those job descriptions, right? Giving
Yeah.
those duties to
Yeah,
someone.
yeah, yeah,
And I
yeah.
think that's up to probably the superintendent. I don't know if I want to assign another subcommittee for the school committee to be doing this work. Where it should be the boots on the ground,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
advertisements, whether it's the athletic director, because it's all of the fields, or the gymnasium, or wherever. Maybe it's on the athletic director. And then that additional revenue maybe brings in a secretary to help support him. That's my thought. Any discussion on the policy? It is just the first read. We will have a second read and a
Yeah,
third read.
Just to point out, there are laws that impact this, and some of them are really sort of weird and esoteric. So for example, you cannot have advertisement for fantasy sports in schools, even if it does not involve betting. So to the extent that we could anticipate all of those things, we created a list, but it also just defaults to state federal law or regulation of school policy. Because it's not possible to anticipate what, like, I didn't even think about like DraftKings, like,
Yeah.
so, obviously they would be really valuable.
I'd make a motion to waive the first reading of policies 1303.1 and 3601.1.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
I think we should read it aloud, but been talking about it.
We can do that. I mean, I think we don't have to do it now, especially because it's 10 o'clock.
It's
Any
quick.
other discussion?
There's a
All
motion.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The motion passes. The next item on the agenda is warrant articles. I put this on the agenda as an action item if we wanted to vote to support any of the articles that are on potentially the warrant. Again, we do not have to discuss these tonight. We can meet and discuss on the next meeting as well.
What is going on with
So
yours?
I think I would like to have a brief discussion about the article that we requested.
Yes.
For the track and field.
The floor is
facility.
yours.
So we had a capital planning meeting a couple of weeks ago, basically to give the capital planning committee the opportunity to meet with the town manager and discuss the capital plan. And it was a bit of a comedy of errors to even make it happen. It happened immediately following a finance committee meeting a couple of weeks ago. And I briefed this plan because, as we had all discussed, it was kind of out of sequence for the capital planning request process. And one public commenter even objected that we consider it out of sequence, and it was the consensus of the committee that it made sense to discuss it. That being said, what was evident from the discussion is that there's no money to fund it. And, you know, that money that we would be funding that article, the town manager has effectively pledged in part to the $500,000 that we were talking about earlier this evening, amongst other things that she's dedicating free cash to. And the alternative path here is that we can come back to special town meeting with a full regular borrowing package that includes this work, right? So it doesn't have to be approved at regular town meeting, but the idea was that we would benefit from getting the work done in the summer, move the process along, and have a better estimate in terms of what the cost would be. All of that being said, there isn't money in the budget to support it. So I indicated to the capital planning committee that I would bring this back and facilitate or have this discussion under this agenda item. But I think at this time, my inclination is for us to pass over the article.
So, yeah, they are not even putting it on the warrant from what I saw from last night's meeting.
Oh, really?
From the
Okay, so
select board.
I
So they're not
did
even
not.
putting it on there, yeah. So the other ones, I just went through all of them just to highlight them, so something to think about for next meeting too. We don't have to have the discussion tonight, but there was an article for authorization to fund special projects, which is the decommission portions of TC Passios. I feel like that is in our wheelhouse. We can talk about that. The article for Marshall Park debt exclusion, I believe that also, again, we use the fields. We should probably have a say in that one. Article, municipal building design debt exclusion. Again, our offices are in that conversation. Article to supplement the Lunenburg Public Schools fiscal year 2026 operating budget by $500,000. Article Proposition 2.5 override article, citizens petition. Article appropriate free cash to stabilization fund. I don't know if that was the same as the other free cash. I think that was all I had for the articles, unless I missed any that were school related. So maybe it's something to think about. We could talk about a vote next meeting.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Can we make a decision about Peter's one, though? Because
So what I'm saying is
I
the
wasn't
select
aware of the
board,
select
last
board.
night, I watched the meeting
Yeah.
this morning, and they did not include it on the warrant. They voted.
If it's not on the
to put it
warrant,
On the warrant,
it's-
so
Yeah.
it probably doesn't make sense for us to even vote on it.
Okay.
which is yet another way we're we're costing ourselves more money by not spending money when we
Well,
need to spend money, but
But
what are we going to do? We don't have the money.
So next item on the agenda is, so we'll table that, the warrant articles for the next meeting. The next item on the agenda is reports, and I will also entertain a motion on that if anybody's interested in making a motion on the reports.
I would make a motion to table the reports until next time.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Next up is public comment. We'll open it up to public comment from the public. Come on up. You just state your name and address, please. And if you're on Zoom, you could raise your virtual hand, but we are going to in-person first.
Jane Hall, 73 Pine Grove Road, Lunenburg. So thank you. I haven't been to a school committee meeting for a long time. Wow. You've done incredible work tonight, as you do every meeting, I'm sure. I was concerned, and I have to share my concern about the discussion with our superintendent search, which is now in your hands. It is the most important job that you will be doing. We were very successful 7 years ago with the hiring of our superintendent, and very sorry to see that you're leaving. But now, we've finished with the screening. You have 4 strong candidates, and I understand that sometimes we have disagreements. This time it was clear that there's a disagreement. You've got to let it go. You're part of the committee, and you have to participate 150%, and I'm sure you will. So thank you for the work that you're going to be doing. I'll be following as much as I can very closely, and hopefully having a chance to meet the candidates in a different situation, different environment. I wish you all the luck, all the luck. I know you're going to do a great job, so thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Jane.
Mrs. Hall.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Chief.
Mrs. Hall is a former school committee member, by the way,
I just want-
long-serving school.
I live in Mrs.
I just want to say I'm very grateful that she publicly shamed me like that.
I live,
I will not participate. I'm sorry for the temper tantrum, and I appreciate the public shaming.
she's so gentle about it.
No, I deserved it.
I think it's important for the public to have an opportunity to give feedback. Next up, we're going to go on Zoom. We have TJ Laughlin.
Hey, all.
Hello.
TJ Laughlin, 207 Rolling Acres Road. Pretty quick comment. I actually wanted to thank Dr. Burnham for covering the math and the mathematical logic behind the level services budget and the town manager budget. I think the air came back in the room when you mentioned that, because everything you said is true. But I was happy to finally hear it in a public meeting. So thank you for covering that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the public? All right, seeing none, I'll open up to public comment from the committee.
If I could.
Yes.
I
Dr.
just
Burnham.
want to bring this back full circle. I never intended to mislead anybody relative to our communication with the rec department. I took our AD at his word when he said that in a public meeting to Mrs. Archambault. And that's what I intended to convey, that there had been some connection with the rec department. I'll reiterate what I said earlier. We have a fantastic working relationship with the director from the rec department. And she has done phenomenal things, lots of great programming. There are kids in TCP at night down the hall. They're having a great time. She does great work, good things. We definitely do not want to get in the way of that. Good things for kids is what matters. Having kids have plenty of options for what to do and spend time with peers in a productive way, all good. And again, my time here is short, but the commitment has always been to kind of get out of each other's way so that everybody can have an opportunity to run some programs, and kids have choice, and that's a good thing. So, again, I'll apologize if anything I said was misleading in any way, but that was my intention. I was conveying that we, the school department, had some outreach or connection, conversation with the rec director. But I did follow up myself directly and was provided all of the dates for their programming and conveyed what I did to the AD to stay out of the lane. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brzezowski.
I wanted to say that I am sorry for the past year for not pushing harder to get the select board to do an override. I regret it. I think that I made a mistake. I think we made a mistake in not pushing harder and just sort of assuming it would get done. And I'm not going to do that again next year. And I think there's at least there's at least one future member of a board in here, of the select board. So I guess get used to us, me at least, and probably Tony being very irritating about it, and then one member of the public pushing for some more strategic solutions for next year that encompass more long-term planning, financial planning for the town.
Any other public comment? Topics for future discussion that we haven't mentioned already? All Seeing none, I'll look for a motion to adjourn at 10:11 PM.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.